out before the company was founded. I've had that happen a few times. Someone will claim something in a video, and I'll look at that and I'll be like, I made this video before your company existed. And generally what that is it's like, I will make video, and then 3 years later, they'll buy the rights to a song to, like, produce vinyl or cassette or something. And then they'll just go around and claim all of the ad revenue from everything on the internet to just make that money back. And it's kind of like, man, that's sleazy beyond all reason. But on the topics of things that are sleazy beyond all reason, let's play some Longdeath, shall we? 2 hours into the fucking stream, we press go. Welcome to Longdeath once again. Yesterday we had many deaths of natural causes. Just to read off some of the deaths we had yesterday, as well as unnatural causes. Animal's been dead for a while. Astrobanjos died of natural causes. Euthris was beaten to death. Squug died and was buried with Rhinestone. Jacknarek 3 was beaten to death. Stone was asking how Stone 2 is. I think that's it for the deaths yesterday. Yeah, I think that's it for the deaths yesterday. Stone was asking how Stone 2 is doing. We've been over this, and I'm not having that discussion again. Stone 3. Stone 3, one must always carefully consider the correct course of action. Felt enjoyment after playing Make Believe is 3 years old, born on the 9th of Obsidian in the year 88. Vinsati was second, also doing quite well. One of our more recent births, 2 years old. How is me doing? Me? I don't know how me is doing, only you know how you is doing. Also, I don't have a dwarf named me, but Pink Fluffy the second is currently praying. Says I like to dress well. Killed Animal and Jacknarek the third. Apparently you killed Jacknarek. Well, I mean, you are the captain of the guard. Granted, you were commanded to do it by Squug. You dream of mastering a skill, and this skill was realized. You're basically unbreakable and absolutely inexhaustible. Amazingly agile and unbelievably strong. You don't have a weapon equipped, but you did do the equivalent of push Jacknarek on the ground and punch him in the face repeatedly until his face turned into a bloody lump of gore. Down in the basement, the maze hasn't gotten any bigger today because I got boulders to get out of there. But we did make this. This is our new hobby. Our new fortress-wide hobby, even. It is a collection of catapults and ballistas. In fact, I think I'm going to add some more catapults. For the express purpose of hobby catapult launching. Because, you know, what's more fun than throwing rocks at a wall? So, we are now a bunch of hobby catapulters. And maybe in the future we'll use it as a legitimate defensive option. It's just like real life, Pink Fluffy. It's just like real life. But down beneath here, as you can see, there's a whole bunch of ballista arrows and various other things. How's the fort's relation to soap? You mean, how are we doing for soap? We've got plenty of soap. Oh, also, Animal, it may have sounded like I was writing off the bits that you were sending me earlier. Thanks a lot for the 58 cents. Cheers, man. I'm not going to read his full name out. All right, directorship of a dozen companies in media in the last several years. He seems to be buying up wrapped companies and resurrecting them. And then claiming a bunch of YouTube videos. Is that what you're saying? Seems totally legitimate to me. I don't know what could possibly be suspicious about that. So currently in charge of the fort is Hobo, who was once a red flashing down arrow level of depressed. He was tantruming and spent about a year training and eventually got over his anger. And is now very happy with a fantastic bedroom and is the appearance of somebody who's 152 years old and is one of the first of his kind. Clean-shaven sideburns and a long mustache. His lover is dead, who was the original Jack Narek, who passed away many, many years ago. Personally, would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder. Finds sacrifice to be one of the highest ideals and strongly values tranquility and quiet. Has a deep respect for animals, plants, and the natural world, and thinks there's something deeply wrong with people that persevere through adversity. And likes leather, yes. Keeps making us make various things out of leather. Also, I think I'm going to move the stone pile a little further back here. Make it a little bigger so I can fit more catapults in here. Because catapults don't have friendly fire. So I'd like to get enough catapults so most of the dwarves in the fortress can fire catapults on a session of catapult firing. Usually they don't live to have that much purple in your forts. So what you're saying is you murder them instead of putting in the effort to have a hardened dwarf that doesn't feel stress anymore? I mean, that's up to you. I kind of like having a hardened dwarf that no longer understands the concept of stress. Like I said, maybe you should read this book. Ignorance. A new approach. Also, hey, Tygo. Thanks. We're continuing to mine out these lower layers. I want to dig out this layer and start building a large open underground chasm down here and construct stuff in here. I think it would be fun. But, yeah. Some of our other early dwarves, like Scrumpet, is 72 years old, born in the year 19, satisfied remembering work and blissful remembering sleeping in a bedroom like a personal palace. Self-pity after a lack of abstract thinking, but aside from that, it's doing pretty goddamn well. Ignorance, but new. Ignorance, a new approach. Ignorance, done weird. Ignorance, done better. Go vote. That's all I'm gonna say. Dear American friends, please go vote. We do have some depressed dwarves in the fort, like Sparkly, who apparently has been kept away from alcohol for too long. What? We've got plenty of alcohol in the fort. Maybe we need to brew some booze. Brew, drink from plant, let's just say 100. Brew, drink from fruit, 100. And meal, lavish, 150. We haven't had to cook anything in a while. How old is this place today? We're in year 91, which means we are 86 years into the fortress. Ignorance, gone sexual. This next time on late night television. Ignorance, gone sexual. See what happens this time when Toby takes his pants off. He goes to prison. It's wild. Gotta get some of these unclaimed beds reassigned. Bet you there's a free one up here. Here we go. Picture point. Can I have that bedroom? That's how you get overpopulation. Yeah. You manually assign rooms? You can. You don't need to. Most dwarves will eventually just go get one. Some dwarves will never go get one. But most dwarves will eventually just go get a bedroom. Yeah. In this fort I am. Sometimes I do. If I want a particular dwarf in a particular room, I will manually assign it. Next to the refuse stockpile. You go next to a pile of dead bird corpses. How that make you feel? Blah, ha, ha. Dead goblin snatchers. I was kind of hoping that we'd get some goblin visitors, I'm not gonna lie. Apparently we're getting dive bombed by buzzards. So we're at 47 dwarves right now. Hopefully we have some more babies this year, and the population goes up a little bit so we can get more big creatures. I could, of course, just allow more migrants, but we need to get up to 50 dwarves to have more big creatures show up. I love that they have enough personality that you notice the difference. That's how you know that this game is well made, is because they have enough personality that you notice the difference between the dwarves like that. Between the ones that have some personality and the ones that are just, like, doing nothing of value. I don't know what I'm going to start doing down here, but I think it's time that we get a better vault. By better vault, I mean somewhere to store monies. And I think it's time that we make something that's a little bit better defended, a little bit more exciting, shall we say. Somewhere to store our riches in a much more effective manner. So the plan for today is to build a more effective storage method for our wealth and riches. And I'm going to build the start of that by hollowing out this chunk of rock here. And I think it'll be entertaining. Is a one thick wall efficient? I mean, of course it is, but what if I make a multi-thick wall with like a pond in front and a little moat and a running water going past and other fun stuff. With weapon traps and other goodies. Make walls of adamantine. I feel like walls of adamantine wouldn't be that good, because you could just, like, move them out of the way because they'd be so light. Just for other forts to know you are doing it. I mean, I'm not even trading my coins right now. But I have so much iron. Like, I got so much silver and so much iron. I've thought about just starting to, like, make coins and trade them. Look at all the black bronze I have. 99 black bronze. So the whole world would be forced to use our currency. I wish that Dwarven economics was more of a thing, you know? And I really wish that Dwarven economics was more of a thing for a while. And as always, if you have any questions or if you're confused about what you're looking at, know what we're doing, let me know. I can answer. And it looks like the humans from Busty just smuck. Means we're in the first of early spring. The question is, has anybody been found dead? The realms of stone are moving very slowly with their generous donation. Looks like nobody died. But spring has arrived. Just merchants carrying coins. Yeah. Well, actually, that means that we need to make more silver coins. Let's make 10. A stray wild boar was found dead, though. We bought a wild boar off the elves before they started to refuse trading with us. And, well, it looks like that wild boar finally died. It wasn't a very wild boar. It was a tame wild boar, but still a wild boar. Now we're just dwarven communists. I would love to see the economy reinstated, but that's gonna be ways off. Oh, hey, look. Creek just melted. Bacon for dinner? I don't think that if something dies of old age, the dwarves will eat it. No, because a barrel is made of wood, unless it's an iron barrel. You're just an uneducated... You're uneducated in how to communicate with an elf. It's not the elves that are bastards. You're the bastard. You're offending their culture. It's to be expected. You want to get along with the elves, you have to work with the elves. You don't want to get along with the elves, don't even bother. How can you call them bastards for just simply obeying their culture? Well, that's your fault for working with wood. Any self-respecting dwarf would know that wood is not a material that you want to be working with. Dragon Man! Thank you, man. Cheers, dude. All I'm saying is dwarven racism is rampant. You need to, check your privilege as a dwarf. Wow. They've actually brought us more stuff this time. You did a tier 2 sub. Oh, really? That means I need to add your name on, or leave your name on the list rather than removing it. Well, cheers, man. Make lasting peace with the elves. It's very easy. Import wood. Import wood from everybody. Don't chop wood down and don't try and sell them wood. Very easy. Dwarf was interrupted by a great horned owl. I'm going to turn the military back on. So that they can go kill those owls and buzzards that are dive bombing us. Thought I paid for it, but don't have access to those yet. You've had access to the sound commands since you were part of the Patreon. Yeah, the hooligans brought us a few things. They haven't been in warring amongst themselves for a while. You know, so these guys bring us spring tribute, right? Who's in my military right now? Chris Jam. What if we try our luck? Demand ongoing tribute. I'm going to demand ongoing tribute from another one of them. Because, frankly, those humans, while they have been bringing us yearly tribute, they've missed a couple years, and their tributes got rather pathetic for a number of years. So since their economy must be improving, it's time to request more tribute, so that they can pay back what they owe us for our glorious protection over the last 30 years. More paperwork? I'm sorry, Stone. Because they haven't traded with us in caravans in a very long time, and frankly... Oh, we've got 2 down arrows in the fort. Actually, 1, I think. 1 or 2. One of them is flipping back and forth. Sparkly 4K, and there's one others. We're not picking fights. No, we're simply demanding tribute. Non-violently walking up there with big weapons and saying, trade with us, or we fucking kill you. I mean, you know what's higher on my list of things? Like, everybody's like, boats! But my highest thing on my request list for DF is proper diplomacy. 1 or 2 jobs that you can assign dwarves to as part of the... like this screen. And, you know, being able to actually do things. Also, I like the fact that our king is a fishery worker. That's interesting. Are we the baddies? We are the trade hub, Brander Buddy. Longdeath. Our king is a fishery worker. King, fishery worker. Count of Longdeath is a merchant. The Baroness of Longdeath is a merchant. Erosh the Baron is a papermaker. Mistum is a blacksmith. Uzol is the diplomat / merchant. Esteth. Yeah. Joyous Devil's master is named Kedsum Uxazu Punor Busteb. DF plus Warsim when? I mean, Warsim is just diplomacy. I need to actually stream Warsim at some point. Okay. Yeah, it's just Sparkly 4K who's upset. Sparkly 4K actually isn't that depressed. But I tried making them into a scholar, but that's not been helping, so take them off being a scholar. Just been making them nervous and anxious. To very specific strategies? Sure. But yeah, no, I'd love, like, the messenger role to be expanded upon and that sort of stuff to be expanded upon. This all wood? What is this? Furniture and finished goods? Huh. The Eternal Guard has returned. Let's see how they did. They ran straight over the mountains and literally went in a straight line down to the humans. In the early spring of 92, the Eternal Adventure of Time secured tribute from the group of Soaring. To be delivered from Shipway. Every autumn. Also, Shipwayne is the DF community whenever they complain that Dwarf Fortress doesn't have boats. They're shipwayning. Excellent. Fabulous. I look forward to their yearly tribute. Also, shoutouts to Cheers Jamie. who's a very impressive dwarf indeed. Wherever they're hiding in here. There we go, militia commander. And the reason, shoutouts to Cheers Jamie, is Cheers Jamie is 74 years old, born on the 3rd of Timber in the year 18. The daughter of Axon and Lump. Lump's still around, but Axon is dead. Has killed many birds and various wild animals that have dived us before. Loves performing and enjoys a fine table. And produces masterworks for us frequently. Is a great dwarf and has become our head of the military. Grand dwarf, indeed. Her parents, I think it's a she. Yeah, her parents were in the military and ran the military before, and she has taken on the task of militia commander of the Eternal Guard from them, which is glorious. I mean, not all nobles would be lazy, though, right? Like, just because you're in a position of power doesn't mean you're lazy, you know? For every lazy CEO, we have many, 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 many happy, hardworking, great CEOs, right? Also, shoutouts to Drada Faldus. Drada Faldus! The Cobalt people that are still around and still at peace with us. Also, the lawgiver of the Confederacy of Sport is Nani. It's How do I rename this stuff? Well, there's the Group of Alchemy and the Group of Soaring. Group of Alchemy is the original one. Group of Soaring is the new one. The one that has just started bringing us stuff. The one that's just started bringing us stuff is Group of Alchemy. Or the one that's always been bringing us stuff is Group of Alchemy, and this is the Group of Soaring.
Cheese for everyone!
Nani is a coincidence, cheese is not. Man, this company that does viewer streamer matchmaking for Fortnite, like, it's an extension that you plug into Fortnite that lets people queue with you without you adding them to your friends list. Oh yeah, and then the Holy Spokes is the other depressed dwarf. This one doesn't fully understand me. I don't fully understand this one. You just want to do something creative, which means I need to give you more crafts. Oh, don't have any pigtails, supposedly. So let's just make 200 cloth crafts. Another 300 rock crafts, because gotta get more of these boulders out of here. You have a lot of screenshots. I'm sorry. I want them to bring trade caravans again, though, and they haven't. So I'm hoping they will bring caravans again. Buzzard is fighting once again. Although, for whatever it's worth, you have until fall before you get a new tribute. Hey, I mean, if I wanted to be mean, I could go demand tribute from the elves, who currently have no contact with those ones. How about these ones? Okay, that one's owned by the Realms of Stone. Why do the Realms of Stone own 2 different forest retreats? Yeah, no, I'm at peace with all of them. Can't really do that. Yeah, no, we're going to make a new bank vault. Bank of Longdeath. Actually, what I'm thinking about doing is digging out a large castle down here. And constructing a thing underground in this area. A vault, if you will. But setting up in such a way so that it's, you know, safe-ish. Also, I'm curious. All visitors welcome. Library, all visitors welcome. Man, I've got no visitors welcome on all of my shit. I get, like, no visitors, and that makes me kind of sad. Like, you'd think Longdeath would just be a tourist destination, you know? I'm gonna go check my blood sugar. I feel like I'm off. Be back in a mo. All right, I return. Black hole has grown to become a dwarven child. Would you look at that? Dig out one further on the bottom here. And then I'm going to channel the whole thing down after I smooth the walls. And then we'll build a little structure at the bottom, like I'm going to construct it. Also, blood sugar's a little high, which is why I felt off, but not really worth doing anything about. I'm at 9, which is fine. So I was a little bit low when I woke up, so took less insulin this morning. Probably got something to do with it. It's okay, though. Not enough that it's really impacting me much. My head just feels a little fuzzy. Like someone set my ears on fire, but I'll be okay. Group of Soaring. The old one is the group of Alchemy. Yep, we are back in Longdeath, where every dwarf is named and everyone has a job and a purpose. We're continuing our blackmailing ring. And we're only like a handful of years away from 10% done. It is wild. But hello, Alien Slayer. Hopefully you're doing well. Curious to see what how the YouTube channel reacts, because I haven't uploaded a Longdeath VOD in a while. Because the 24th was the last time I uploaded a Longdeath VOD. So I'm going to put one up tomorrow. I'll be getting back onto the upload train and getting back onto an uploading schedule for Longdeath. And I'm curious about what the response to it's going to be after it returns. Because I haven't had anybody ask if it's gone yet. Actually, that's not true. There was one person who was like, you haven't uploaded a VOD in a while. I'm like, yeah, because I'm doing the Halloween thing. How the world molds itself to how your dwarves survive. I really wish I was keeping more track, but one thing I am doing is I'm making statues over here as things happen. And to an extent, what I really should have done, and I'm kind of regretting that I didn't do this from the start, is started a spreadsheet with all of the wars that I witnessed. But these are all of the important political figures in our fort, in like a timeline. So all the way up to here, which is Squug, who was our most recent mayor. We're keeping track of all of the artifacts. A lot of them have like world lore on them. Like this one has an image of Erish Whipcrude, the dwarf and dwarves in silver. Erish, the dwarf Whipcrude, is being elected to the position of Baron of the Ignited Creation in Autumn Year 5. Who, if I'm not mistaken, is still our Baron of Trumpet Stroke, Erish Bumrekgant. If this fort moves through the ages. Is there any way to check what age you're in? Now that we're in the year 92, we started in the Age of Myth. But I mean, I know that there's like a big like notification that pops up when the age changes. What happened to your office, Pink Fluffy? Hold up. Me captain of the guard doesn't have an office. That's supposed to be your office, Pink Fluffy. There you go. And we need to make 2 leather armor. For Hobo. Of course. It comes in as tribute. It would be an old-time production racket. Yeah, no, we've had this discussion. I mean, it's essentially just like us threatening people into giving us stuff every year. But, you know, it ends up being mutually beneficial. You know, they get many, many, many stone crafts traded back for them in exchange for their cheese and wood and other valuable resources that they bring us. I do think it's funny how double standardy elves are. Like, they totally don't care if you trade for wood. Like, if you buy wood off of every other civ and never cut down a tree, they don't care. But if you are chopping down wood yourself, then they care about it. It's a massive double standard. I'm just going to quickly punch in what my blood sugar was this morning. Likely still... Oh, no, definitely. Because we haven't had a notification. But I was just wondering if it says anywhere. Punching in what my blood sugar was. That's why I say it's not so much a protection racket, it's more threats and... Because we ain't really doing any protecting of them. Like, if they go start a war and, like, off themselves, we ain't coming to their assistance. So I don't think protection racket is necessarily the right term to use. We'd have to actually be offering them something in return. Protecting them against greed. Yeah, just removing their wealth so that they don't have the ability to be as greedy. Yeah, that's what we're doing. Totally. Here come the doors. I also think it would be really interesting if we were to hit the cavern layer. But I still kind of really don't want to hit the cavern layer for frame rate reasons. It's basically a, we won't come kill you if you give us money, but we ain't going to help you at all if you give us money. Although I kind of wish I could assist with the civil wars, you know? It's like, whoopsie. Yeah. It'd be kind of awesome if you could assist with civil wars, you know? Like if a war breaks out between two different cities and a faction that you have that is paying you tribute, it would be really cool if I could, like, attack one of the cities and assist them removing whoever the people in power are causing them to fight amongst each other. It'd be awesome if I could assist with that, but there really is no mechanics in Dwarf Fortress allowing me to do that and have that kind of a complicated relationship with the other factions. That's why I always say it's like, I want a better diplomacy system. Everybody wants boats. I want a better diplomacy system. Everybody wants boats and economy. I just want better diplomacy. I want to piss off the elves by mistake and then barter with them to not be at war anymore. So there is a faction of humans, King. It's not this, or not King, Stone. It's not that complicated, okay? There's a faction of humans called the Confederacy of Sport, right? The group of alchemy has been paying us tribute from the Confederacy of Sport for the past however long. We just went and threatened the group of Soaring to now also give us tribute, also part of the Confederacy of Sport. So if you want to be lazy, you could just add it to the group of alchemy because they're technically the same faction, just different towns within the same faction. I'm not going to say that you need to differentiate the two, because I personally don't think you do. Uh, 51 is the population cap for the fortress, is the hard cap. We have a soft cap at 47. So I can get migrants up to 47, and then after that, it's just children. It's actually gone up. Initially, it was 36, I think. But as the fort's gotten bigger, we've increased the population cap slightly. I mean, that's not lazy. Being lazy would just be lumping the two of them together, but you do you, man. I can't wait to look at the legends for this world, though. Does it add them to your holdings? No, but it adds them in as a friendly civ on the civ screen. So, like, this is me, right? So I have, like, The Fragrant Bear, which is an elven civilization that we're at peace with. The Confederacy of Sport, which is a human civilization that we're at peace with. And within the Confederacy of Sport, there's a group of alchemy and the group of soaring that are both sending us tribute. Then there's the Realms of Stone, another human civilization. And within the Realms of Stone, the Council of Men, a human group, is sending us money. And then there's the Cobalt civilization that we're at non-combat with. And then the Goblin civilization that we're at war with. It would be neat if I could expel people there, though. Two buzzards have been murdered, finally. Which means... hopefully someone goes and tans a hide. I think all my tanners may have died. I know I had a few. Why don't you just name them what they are? And then it's easier to remember them instead of nicknaming them. Wouldn't that be the easiest? Also, I'm going to get a paycheck from YouTube this month. Yay, for those of you who watch ads on the YouTube videos. I'm striking a lot more Glenna down here. I actually talked to Tarn about that the first time I spoke with him. It's way out of their tech. They'd have to rewrite a large portion of the engine in order to do that. To fall over from the original game being 2D. Pago. What, receiving tribute? I mean, there's definitely ways that it could be used for warfare. There you go. Go tan a hide. Also, Sparkly. Give you that as well. This dwarf should smarten up. They've got almost only positive stuff. It's just being kept from alcohol, which I'm confused by. So you haven't been kept from alcohol. Really wants a drink, so go get a drink. I got tons of booze. But Jackie was a brewer too. No, not a vampire. That dwarf was born in this fortress. If a dwarf is born in this fortress, unless they went and tantrumed and broke a unless they go and break a statue in a temple, there's no way for them to have become a vampire, so they can't be a vampire. Zero chance that that's a vampire. No, it's more just a most likely an alcohol accessibility issue. Probably what it is my brewer must have either been reassigned to a new task or died. That's probably what it was. But I do have tons of alcohol, so I'm not entirely certain as to why they wouldn't be able to access alcohol. Yes. Alien Slayer, I've had it happen. It can also make them into were creatures. Although generally when it's happened to me, they've been made into were creatures rather than vampires, but... Where are you going? Right, yeah, I have that brewer up there. Well, I think it's happened to me 5 or 6 times, and I think I've only had one vampire. Generally, it's just were creatures. Also, why would it not happen anymore? The way you said it can still happen, it makes you sound like you're surprised that it's still a feature. Why wouldn't it be a feature? Also, why would you save scum to find that out? It applied in Fortress mode? Okay, well, you learn something every day. I don't want to know the exact details from the wiki, unless I ask. I like to find stuff out for myself. If I want to know, I'll go look. So please don't give me too many wiki details unless I specifically ask, because I didn't know the exact percentages on that, and I kind of don't want to. It removes some of the magic. Sui withdraws from society and has been taken by a mood. Fur beasts are easy, you just have to be diligent. Names a craft dwarf shop. Grabs a bunch of boulders. Some wood. Tower cap. Dwarfy wood. I kind of wish I had access to the caverns purely for cave moss. I got a lot of livestock that I could be breeding, but can't because they're types of livestock that need to graze. Keep them up on the surface. And generally they're fine up there, but I have had a few were creatures show up. No caverns in this fort yet. I mean, I'm not using Dwarven radar or anything, so I'm not, like, cheesing my way down there. But I haven't gone out of my way to find them either. It's for frame rate issues, you know? All of the... even just, like, the vermin that are getting traded... Like, you're essentially adding another map onto the amount of stuff the game is processing when you add in cavern layers, so it's, like... it gets complicated. All right, so this dwarf's a craft store shop. Grabbed 2 diorite blocks, fungi wood logs, rough sards, wolverine bone, rough sards, cave spider silk cloth, kangaroo bone, and silver bars. Any bets on what that dwarf makes, chat? Hopefully I'll get some mushroom trees. I mean, I'm not going out of my way to hit him. So, I mean, this is a 160 Z level deep fort, and I've gone down, as of now, 17 layers. So, who knows? I have no idea, so I'm not going to speculate. Which, I genuinely do not know. My knee-jerk reaction is no. Not, or at least not without major bugs. Hey, Wooly, what's up? Those things, man. What's this? Oh, that. Has been cursed. Yeah, then there's usually a second pop-up that says, because like in the case of this one, there would be a second pop-up that would say whether or not they'd be forced to prowl the night in search of blood or become a creature of the night once per month on a full moon. But yeah, no, you just need a dwarf to tantrum and run into a temple and knock over a piece of furniture. That's all that you need, is you need a dwarf to topple a piece of furniture in a temple. What's the X? Oh, this is my cursor. This is like my mouse. I'm moving this around with my keyboard to select things. Do they need to be a believer? I didn't know that detail. Wait, what doesn't sound save breaking? I mean, if that's a change that happened, I'm unaware of it. Well, this is cute. Suey, the planter, has created Ogizul Enyalugig, a diorite scepter, and offers it as an heirloom, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Eurypterus. The only one of the original 7 dwarves still alive. So there's 25,200. This is a diorite scepter. All Craftsdorf ship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of fungi wood and oval sard cabochons and kangaroo bone. This object menaces with spikes of sard, cave spider silk, and silver. On the item is an image of dwarves and diorite. The dwarves are traveling. The artwork relates to the foundation of Longdeath by the eternal adventure of time of the ignited creation in the early spring of year 5. The item is an image of a pierced webbed, a granite ring in diorite. On the item is an image of many pointed stars. All crumbled the prim failure. That is true. In Wolverine bone. Nice. I like it. Can go into the vault. With the rest of the artifacts. Shit hat bum rack. Yep. Shit hat bum rack is still the best artifact name I think I've ever had. Four is mine? D is mine. Designate. Mine. D. D technically, but yeah, building upstairs, I downstairs, Z removes stairs, chop down trees, gather plants, smooth stone. 4 is the priority, yeah. So, I could increase the priority. Like, let's just say the priority 2. And then they go mine that. Dude, this game's extremely fucking easy. Like, all of the stuff you need is right there. Everybody complains that it has bad UI. Dwarf Fortress doesn't have bad UI by default because it has none. It just has a list of hotkeys. Like, there is no UX. We skipped that step. It has too many UIs? Well, this is kind of a UI. But once you understand the logic of one of the screens, like, all the hotkeys are just listed right there. You just need to read. I mean, at least it doesn't make me dizzy like the fucking Tarkov main menu. Like, genuinely, that screen makes me go... The way the menu rotates makes me nauseous. I have to, whenever I'm watching a Tarkov stream, I have to, like, look away during that sequence when they're flipping back and forth. I mean, the worst hurdle for DF is the fact that it's a zip file that you download. Talking to Tarn says that they get several dozen emails a month from people asking what's up with this specific error. And that specific error is the same error code that you get when you try to launch. Yeah, it's coming to Steam soon, TM, sometime in the next year or so. Whenever you try to launch any .exe file from within a zipped folder without unzipping it, you try to run it, you get the same error code, and that's their most common bug report, is people trying to run the game without unzipping it. Zip folders, yep, too hard, man. Doesn't change the fact that people are dumb. Watch. I mean, or you could just go download it for free, Wooly. Play it right now. Super easy. You could come stream Dwarf Fortress with me, and you could play a significantly more niche game than Tarkov, and have an audience that appreciates your existence rather than just being another Tarkov stream. Wooly White Rhino streams Tarkov, by the way. He's pretty damn good at it. Very entertaining, especially when he dies, and then he gets sad. And then he does it again. And then you're like, why are you still doing this to yourself? No, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. I'm kind of the same way. I'm very lucky. And the humans from Amon Ado have arrived. Which one's Amon Ado? I actually have to check. I actually don't know. Oh, wait, no, never mind. It's the Council of Man, the Realms of Stone. Traders from Realms of Stone. Gotcha. The human traders from the Realms of Stone have arrived. Time for the annual trading. Time to bring all of the crafts out. Are links permitted? Why would links not be permitted? Generally, I assume people here are intelligent adults that know that linking porn is bad. If you link a bad thing, you'll never link another thing in the chat. This is like one step further. No, they're very different. I don't even like comparing RimWorld to Dwarf Fortress because they're so different. The only similarities that RimWorld and Dwarf Fortress have is Dwarf Fortress RimWorld used the Dwarf Fortress forums to promote their Kickstarter a whole bunch. And there's some management that's similar between the two, but they're almost entirely different games. It's like saying, well, yeah, StarCraft and Crusader Kings 2 are both strategy games. Okay. They're very different. Man, I was really hoping they'd send a diplomat. I am much disappointed. I want to get diplomats from the humans again because I want to want to know what's going on in that part of the world. It's hard to tell. The dwarves don't fucking tell me. I said, I assume that everybody's an intelligent, I assume everybody's an intelligent adult, Wooly, and knows what is an appropriate link to post. If you post something bad, you'll never post again, but feel free to post links. The point... Ever get to the point where Tarkov has no fun? I stop buying weapons to scratch what I have. Yeah, for me, so... What?
Good to see him, Damn.
Wait, did you just put all of your shit?
And this says all the meds, right? Hello, I caught this?
When people say that Dwarf Fortress has a bad UI, good God.
What are you doing? Good to see you, mate.
So you just hid everything in your stash? That you have items to go get again? I think that's what you did? I don't know, I never got very deep into Tarkov. Path of Exile with guns? So terrible UX with guns? I much prefer, like, this minimalistic-ass UI for that kind of shit. Over-designed UI drives me bonkers. Bothers the hell out of me. I hate it so much. Like, I did a sponsored thing for Conqueror's Blade, and Conqueror's Blade's a good bit of fun. But god damn, that game has so much designed UI and overthought out UI, it hurts. Oh no, totally. In Raid, that game is beautiful. Like, in-game, it's gorgeous. Outside of game, I want to tear my hair out and have an anxiety attack because there's so much UX. You're probably going to fall asleep, Stone? Alrighty. Do you want me to bother keeping track of the screenshots for you, or no? I mean, yeah, I'm not talking to be clear, I'm not talking shit about Tarkov. I think Tarkov is one of the few examples of a really good fucking video game being made in 2020. But I wish that the main menu didn't rotate when you clicked on options because, God, it makes me nauseous. Makes me incredibly nauseous. Oh, every game has flaws. The only perfect game ever made is Tetris Effect. Fight me. Maybe Super Mario World. There's very few perfect games out there. Even Super Mario World has flaws. UI needs to feel like it's part of the game and not some random additional button panel. And DF is perfect in this regard. I mean, the UI fits the game, like this design of DF perfectly right now. Minecraft is one of the best. I vehemently disagree about that switch. And the reason I vehemently disagree about that is, number one, Notch. Yes, you need to separate art from the creator, and yes, he doesn't own it anymore, but the association sullies the product, in my opinion, slightly. Number two is the fact that they haven't rewritten that world gen ever. They've just kind of tacked stuff around it. And Minecraft could be so much cooler if they added more depth to the world gen. But on the flip side, I don't necessarily disagree. He's a homophobic, transphobic, madman who believes in a bunch of conspiracy theories. That's what's up with Notch. With a lot of money. Who funds bad people. That's what's up with Notch. Oh, you were talking about... Yeah. Oh, I thought you were talking about game as a whole, because I was rambling about Tetris, but yeah. Yeah, not some random sway. No, I understand that. UI-wise, I don't know. I haven't looked at Minecraft's UI in a very long time. I don't think it has much UI, does it? Brander Buddy is shaken. What? Ah, right, yeah. Body died and we... Who was your father again, Brander? Euthris, right, yeah. Euthris died and it took us a little bit too long to get Euthris buried. I thought that I had a coffin ready, but I didn't. What's Hobo doing? And why is it not trading? You'll be okay. I mean, you're overall all right. You're just a little bit. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. Let's grab the nice bars. Copper, not nice. Brasses, black bronzes, bronze, sterling silver, brass. Don't need the iron. I never played The Witcher 3. Like the music though. Actually, I have a complaint about Tetris Effect. The menu UX of that thing is so consoleized, I find it annoying to navigate. A lot of time. I've probably put close to that into this one fort. I mean, chess is one of the few perfect games. chess, Go, Tetris. But like, as far as video games go, in my opinion, the only perfect game is Tetris. Like I said, maybe Super Mario World. RSG as well. Hello, how's things? Had a grand mal seizure last night at 3 a.m. in the middle of sleeping and your body is so sore. Oh, God. Are you doing hospital things or are you just, animal? You owe me a penny. Come on. You started the thing at the start of the stream. You can't break it now. You can't fuck up. There you go. Perfect. Or UI that fits the lore. Well, I don't know. I don't like over-designed UI. I really don't. I like minimal UI that is readable, scalable, and functional. I don't like for an example, I quite enjoyed my time playing, let's turn the military back on. I kill some of those buzzards. I quite enjoyed Surviving Mars, the game that Paradox put out a couple of years ago. I quite enjoyed my time with Surviving Mars. I thought Surviving Mars was okay. But, problem with Surviving Mars. The UI was so over-designed, it was actually cumbersome to use to the point where they actually changed part of it. And that's not a good thing. You call Minecraft's UI minimalistic? Like I said, I haven't played Minecraft in like 10 years, so I can't really remember what the UI in Minecraft looks like, to be honest with you. Never had a seizure before? I'll have seizures if I hit my knee really hard in the right way. It fucks with my circulation and makes me immediately pass out and have a seizure. It's fun times. I think the UI of KSP is really good. It fits its purpose. I've never actually played KSP. I don't even own KSP. Make dildos? Are we talking about seizures, Wooly? Or KSP? I'm going to assume KSP, but we could also be talking about seizures. Okay, fair enough. You make dildos fly real fast. Gotcha. So one of my this you just reminded me of something, Wooly. One of my favorite breweries in Vancouver makes a really, really good Kolsch beer. Now, also you were talking about Witcher, so I want to listen to the Witcher soundtrack. Anyway, they make a really, really good Kolsch beer. And it's literally called Gustav Can Drive Fast. It only works if you say it in that accent. Yeah, it's here. You forgot dildos. Love Slot, come on. KSP is about making a thing that looks like a vibrator and launching it into space so that it can explode. What's the area I'm building right now? I'm building a vault for coins. I'm going to put guard dogs in front of it. It'll be great. Or at least statues of guard dogs and traps. Be fun. Which is inside of this area, down at the bottom of the fort. I'm thinking I'm going to hollow out a kind of a large area and like actually construct something in it. I'm disturbed by that sentence, Animal. Also, the start of this soundtrack reminds me of Metal Gear Solid. See, I thought that I would enjoy KSP watching streams of it, and then I realized how rocket sciencey it is, and then I realized that I would enjoy KSP for about 40 minutes of blowing up rocket ships, and then realized that my time's better spent elsewhere. This game's wasted on me. This is way too good of a video game for my dumb ass. My Vicious needs 1 collected yarn thread. We must have caught a lot of animals because all of a sudden... Oh, wow, we did. Unless those are all from traders. Yeah, they must all just be from traders. Time to slaughter a bunch more piggies. Witcher 3. I need my chill Witcher 3 playlist. Where'd that thing go? It's just like the town music that doesn't make you want to go murder England. A friend of mine once said this about power metal, which was, you know it's a good power metal song when it makes you want to grab a spear and go invade France. That's what that music makes me want to do. Grab a spear and go invade France. For this civ, theoretically, yes, because we're at war with 2 civs. We're at war with one of the 3 elven civs in the world, and at war with goblins. But my population is too low for them to invade me. They could siege me. They can't siege me, but they could ambush me, which is very unlikely for goblins to do. And the elves don't know that we're here, so yes, I am at risk of were creature, Titan, and Mega Beast attacks. But because it's such a small world, that hasn't happened much. Had a crazy amount. Yeah, the spooky one had a crazy amount because I was intentionally going out of my way to make stuff like that happen. Like, this kind of goes back to something I was talking about yesterday, where once you know what you're doing in Dwarf Fortress, it's really easy to contort it in the direction that you want. So if you want to have a high combat fort, you can do that. If you want to have a low combat fort with like a high chance of longevity, you can do that. It's all about kind of what you want to do, right? What's the hotkey for that? Do I want to? If I did do minecarts for this, it would just be pushed minecarts. Although coins aren't necessarily worthy of being used on a minecart. Has any necro towers been generated yet? Trust me, you'd be the first to know. No, not yet. I don't even know if the world is going to generate necromancer towers. Like, we'll have to find that out. I mean, the goblins have certainly expanded. My dwarven civ has actually taken over one of the goblin pits, but I mean, the goblins have expanded considerably, considering they had 3 pits when we started, and this one had 2. So I don't know. You've never done any, but your favorite is? So you have a favorite, yet you've never done any? My favorite use for minecarts is accidentally killing my own dwarves. It's the most common thing that happens, if I'm being honest. We'll do high ceilings for the entry area. Is that Sparkly? Yeah. Sparkly will stumble out of this, I think. Sometimes I just don't like somebody, and you know, sometimes I agree with that. You know, some of the mundane stuff is just part of what happens when you have a younger world like this. Apparently Steam is doing a city builder sale. What is the Spellforce franchise? Because I don't understand the Spellforce franchise. I've never played a Spellforce game. They look like CRPGs from the screenshots, but the genres are RPG strategy, RTS, city builder, RPG strategy, tactical fighter. What? What are you? Also, those games look very brown. It's always perplexing to me. Oh, interesting. We have 2 tributes. The new human group have brought us tribute. More like RTS games? They just seem strange. I've just never played one. They sound like the guild from the genre description. This person's running real fast. Much faster than his guard. Must be a light tribute. I think you just described real-time turn-based, casual, tactical farm builder, town, or defense. I think you just described every single Stardew Valley clone. Tribute from the group of Soaring. Thanks for paying your taxes, animal. I just saw the screenshot that Great Padinsky posted in Roguelikes on Discord, which is just, you arrived at Joppa. You were killed by a wet crocodile. Arrived and died. Oh, that's too funny. Here comes the next tribute. From the Council of Men. Wow! Large serrated silver disc. 2 bronze warhammers. Man, these guys are rich. God damn. Also, Animal, you don't have to attach 1 bit to every line you put into chat. I was kind of just giving you a hard time there earlier, but thanks, man. For the 71 cents. Goes a long way. Fortunately, I don't have a audible notification for every one of those. Otherwise, that would get really annoying. Thanks for all the support regardless, man. Still have 829 on your account. Well, I mean, it makes the thing pop up there. So, like, eh. Make the most of them the way you want to, but I might remove the on-screen notification for 1 if you keep doing that for the next couple of days. Kangaroo buck returns to wild state. I thought that I was slaughtering those. Just for, you know, the people on YouTube, right? Also, congrats, Animal. I think you're cheering more than I get in ad revenue, so that's pretty cool.
Okay, well, here you go then. This should cover it for today, Kappa.
Kappa. Cheers, man. Thanks for the $1.27. And at the same time, you evened up your numbers so that it's nicer for everybody involved. Thanks, Lynn. Seriously. Putting a little tower up in here, sort of thing. Not really a tower, but like little lookout area. Don't know if we'll actually use it for anything. Maybe I'll put the broker down here. That would be kind of cool. Putting the broker down by the bank, although that would be a long-ass run for the broker to go do anything. Excuse me. So now I can smooth all of this. I've got all these boulders in here that I need to figure out something to do with. Except that one I don't want to get rid of. And let's automate orange gems. Just get all that Galena mined out there. Let's smelt 100 Galena. Get this stuff moved. Try to get some of it moved. Also just put a stockpile up above to get a bunch of it transferred. There's going to be a lot mined out down here. And Dwarven Caravan has arrived along with the Outpost Liaison. Which means I can move crafts over to here. We can begin trading once again. Hey chat, can I get a round of beers for all the bits animals thrown at me today? I think we could sell these dwarves the ichor and the blood and honeybee venom, the badger blood and the damselfly ichor and all that shit that those people keep bringing us. Eripterus, you had a scepter dedicated to you by one of your grandkids in an artifact form today. Or maybe one of your kids, actually. Is Sui one of your kids or one of your grandkids? I think Sui might be your grandkid. Nope, from your kid. Which is adorable. Is it a badass thing you should display it? Nah, the humans gave it to us. We can sell it to the mountain homes. They can figure out what to do with it. Besides, it just looks like a normal ass barrel, let's be honest. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Asteth Urelveth. I am your liaison from Mountain Homes. Let's discuss the situation. There is much to share. We are updating our maps. I hear that you are getting more tributes from humans. This is good. What requests do you have of our merchants? See, here's a problem with my faction. My mountain home's a bunch of fucking morons, and instead of expanding and actually doing useful stuff, they've just been in locked combat with this one goblin civ for the last 100 years. We have finalized the import agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. Heads up, chat investments are open. Let's discuss what we're willing to offer you for your grand crafts dwarf ship. I hope you guys like crafts, because we got lots of that shit. Earrings, they want. Excellent. Toys, which I'm not selling them. Tools, refined cool. Asteth, Obo. Look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Scratchy voice for that lady dwarf. Does all the dwarves bring the crafts in for trading? But if we do get sieged, I do have quite the defenses set up to defend against them. So I'm not super worried about sieges, I'll be honest. I mean, you're going with 2? Man. Big spender here, Animal. At least invest the same number of tickets that you've cheered bits at me today. I just got, so you know how Amazon sends you like recommended shit to buy, right? Amazon just sent me a Linkin Park Hybrid Theory 20th Anniversary Edition. Hybrid Theory's 20 years old. Fuck. Christ. Way to make me feel old there. Is Hybrid Theory classic rock yet? We'll see you later, W2K. Have a good night at work. Is to never gamble them? I mean, it's working. What, Macaulay Culkin saying that he's 40? I mean, have you seen Macaulay Culkin in the last 10 years? He looks like he's in his 70s. Heroin will do that to you. Yeah. So no, that I'm surprised he's that young. You're convinced he's some sort of ghoul. I wish I could get 600,000 retweets by saying that I'm 40. He did. He also showed up in a YouTube video, or in many YouTube videos for YouTubers that I watch, so I don't know. Macaulay Culkin is one of those people who doesn't make me feel old seeing that shit at all. Lucky Epic, give it 10 years. I don't know. Although the fact that he's made it to 40 with the amount of drugs that he's done is pretty impressive, honestly. Is a Necro and 10 demon recruits. Wait, demon or horror? What are they titled at? What's their icon? Are they H's? Because then they're experiments. But are they like legit fiends? Because they're fiends, that's crazy. Like, that's crazy sauce if they're fiends. Warm Shadows Depressed? Excuse me? I'm gonna practice a craft. Well, I'll remove you from the military, Warm Shadow. You're gonna go do stone crafting. Hold on. What are they called? Because they're probably not actual demons. Demons aren't called demons. Demons are called fiends. Are they fiends? Or are they demons, which could be a necromancer experiment? Because if they're actually hellspawn, that's insane. But if they're like horrors or necromancer experiments, that's not so crazy. Still crazy, not so crazy. Because I've seen necromancer experiments just kind of become part of society before, and that's always cool. But I've never seen a demon asking to stay in a fortress. God, it's raining so hard outside. Kangaroo buck is reverted to a wild state. You're supposed to butcher the damn thing, you twits. Lag season. Bet you if I built a tunnel from over here to here, that would speed this up a lot. Quest this trader. Whoa, what's happening? Pink Fluffy, why are you taking Aegis to prison? What, or is that Aegis? And why are you taking Aegis to prison? What happened? Oh. I missed a production order. God damn it. Their experiments? Okay, that makes sense. But if you legit had 10 demons, I'd be freaking out. Still fucking cool, though. Still fucking cool. Why would I be afraid of bugs that pop up? Did autosave. I mean, it's a possibility that may show itself. Hopefully it doesn't. I'm generally just hoping that we're not gonna have any problems with that stuff. But I do back up the save every 10 years or so. Every 3 or 4 streams, I back up the save. I've had one crash in this fort, and I'm pretty certain I know what caused it. So, not really. Good night, Wooly. Sleep well. Wow. I need to smooth all of that, then we can go back to constructing stuff underground. There are several bugs that I'm aware of that I'm intentionally avoiding. One is caused by looting items from raids, and there's probably stuff that I'm unaware of that I'm not prepping for, but find out when we get there. We will find out when we get there, now won't we? It's not really something that I'm constantly stressing over, because if I constantly stress over that stuff, it's gonna make this a lot less pleasant. So, rather enjoy the hours that I put into this fortress rather than being stressed by the hours that I put into this fortress, you know? Right, now this little area up here needs to get smoothed. Also going to dig around the outside up here, smooth that top bit up, put a bunch of or probably engravings up in the top, smooth the wall all the way around, and then drop her down. I carve fortifications in over here. Be good. You know, regardless though, Alien Slayer, I'm not knocking that because that's really fucking cool. I love having experiments that are just integrated into society. It's kind of neat. I don't know. It's one of my favorite things that happens. Is when experiments and weird creatures spooky creatures are integrated into society proper, and they have a job or a task or are treated as even better regular citizens. Like that shit's cool. I like that. One of my favorite things about DF is how impartial it is to the races, and there's very few race roles in DF. Like any creature from any faction in DF can fill a role for their respective race, but it depends on where they were, like how they were brought up based on their loyalty, right? So if you have a person who is maybe a goblin, which is inherently evil, but they're not necessarily inherently evil, they're just raised in a setting that would make them into somebody who's inherently evil. So instead of having a goblin that's, well, by default destructive and evil, if a goblin is raised as part of a faction that is, you know, not going to go around and be warmongers and rape, pillage, and murder everything in sight, then they are just perfectly normal citizens in society. It's kind of neat. This is the first time we've had a random creature joining. But before Necromancer experiments happened, or were a thing that could happen, I will never forget the day that I had a performance group of five elves, 3 dwarves, 1 human, and 4 plump helmet men. I want to say one of the elves was a like some sort of general person, which was great. I expelled all the elves and kept the plump helmet men. And Arch, I hope you're doing well today. Just waking up or just going to bed? What's the status today? Also, I'm worried. The internet seems oddly quiet. It's the 3rd, and the internet seems oddly quiet. Like, I've been actually breaking my rules and looking at Twitter today, and everything seems oddly normal. I don't know. I once had a fortress with 4 bear people in it, which I thought was fun. Piggy has been slaughtered. Twitter behaves people are coming as near. I mean, yesterday I guess was scarier because the terrorist attack in Vienna, which is where one of my teammates is from, is a little spooky, but she's fine and all of her friends are fine, so. Have I not been paying attention? Clearly not enough attention. No idea. No fucking clue. Which? Thousands at this point? When I started streaming, maybe a few hundred. Or when I started streaming Dwarf Fortress, probably under 100 when I started streaming, which I'd accumulated over 10 years or so. I didn't start streaming Dwarf Fortress until late 2018? Shit, how many years have I been streaming DF now? Yeah, no, DF is going to be one of those games where people just have bajillions of hours. Although I've actually been looking at the RuneScape page on Steam on and off just to see how many hours people have, and it's growing rapidly. Hello, Fletcher. How is we doing this fine afternoon? Hope we is good. I know I have more miners in this. What are they all doing? Storing shit in stockpiles? Ah, they're all putting the wood away. They bought a bunch of wood. How much our life goes towards it? I mean, I can tell you this. I've probably spent more on Dwarf Fortress through donations to Bay 12 Games than any other game I've played in the last 10 years. Because, like, $10 a month adds up. But it's worth it. I have a crayon drawing framed above my shoe closet. It's totally worth it. But how's your day been, Fletcher? What you up to this evening? I just love the fact that as a Canadian is the line that's trending in British Columbia right now on Twitter. Just came back to Italy after 7 years in Prague. I work in tourism. Well, hopefully, it was a good 7 years. Kinda sucked. It was for 6. Was that because of the pandemic that there's no work? An unfortunately common thing that I've heard over the past year. How much our food tastes better. I've always wanted to visit Prague. I don't know if I would be able to live there. I knew somebody who lived in Prague, and worked in the UK. He worked in he worked for a startup. I won't say what startup because you've heard of it, but he worked for a startup, and he was supposed to live in London, UK, originally from somewhere else in Europe, and he did the math, and this was in like 2015. He did the math and figured out that it would be cheaper for him to have a penthouse suite in Prague and fly to work every day, 4 days a week, and then work 10-hour days. That's what I assumed he meant, is that the Italian food is better. It would be cheaper for him to do that every day than it would be for him to get a studio apartment in the UK and drive to work. So he was able to convince his boss to let him live in Prague and fly to work every day versus living in London and living in a studio apartment and driving to work. And I can't tell if I should be mad at him for the excess that lifestyle puts on the environment, or just bloody impressed that it's cheaper to live in Prague and fly to work every day than it is to live in London, UK. But Bog 2, it's good to see you. Hello. We're working on a treasure chamber. Probably gonna dig it another layer deeper, actually. So let's get rid of some of this inner stuff. So for a split second there, I thought that you were running those first two words together, and you were saying weed beer. And I'm like, we have that in Canada. And then I realized that you meant to say two separate things. But yes. I've always wanted to try cannabis brewed beer. You're going with impressed. He convinced his boss to let him do it. Yeah, fair enough. Y'all have a good flight, man. Well, fun. Go fly goods. Tried many times in Amsterdam. I mean, weed's just legal in Canada, so it's kind of lost its novelty, I guess. So for me, I have good access to craft beer because we have a great craft beer scene in Vancouver, and I've got access to affordable weed, and that's, what else do I want? Not much, is the answer. There isn't much else I do need. Well, I've always wanted to go to Amsterdam. I really hope that a TwitchCon ends up happening in Amsterdam one of these years. Because I would really like to have an excuse to go to Amsterdam. Partially because I've got family in that area. I've got a bunch of cousins that are like 15, 20 years older than me that live in that area. Like within a 2-hour drive of Amsterdam. Basically at the other end of the fucking country. But like at the same time, 2022, I don't see myself traveling until at least 2022, maybe in 2023. It's like everybody, whenever you're like, I want to go to Amsterdam, they're like, are you going to go fuck a prostitute? And I'm like, not really. I want to, there's a lot of history there. It looks like a beautiful city. I've heard good things about the beer. Not that desperate. If you go the wrong way, the wind can make you detach from the ground. That's a really interesting way of putting it. I've been to Boston, so I think I can handle that. Boston's pretty windy. New Year's is the best. I'll believe it. I know, I've heard so many good things about Amsterdam. Love to go there one day. But right now it's like I don't really have any travel plans in the next few years, and 2020 has made me kind of hate maybe not hate, that's a strong word, but dislike large portions of the Twitch community to the point where it's like I don't even know if I really care about TwitchCons anymore. But I'd like to go to TwitchCon EU because that's kind of the only way I'll ever meet any of my teammates. I'd like to hang out with FG again, and I'd like to properly meet Bellinair and meet Kiri and all of them. I was camping during 9/11. I was camping with my parents. We were and my sisters. We were Lake Louise, I think. Yeah, we were at Lake Louise, staying in a campground near there. In Banff. Beautiful lake. Right, if you haven't seen this lake, it's kind of the generic postcard lake. How old am I? I'm 26. I was born in 94. I was young. That lake. That's where I was. I was canoeing on that lake when that happened. Canoeing with my dad. Came back and my mom looked like she'd had a heart attack. Long day. As we carve out this treasure room. Going to build a little construction in this thing. Gonna take us a while to get all these boulders out, but it's a project. Dwarves need projects. What are you looking at? Building a treasure room. Currently, my treasure room is this, just kind of sitting out in the open. I want a nicer treasure room, so we're gonna move the coins down and most of the artifacts down. It's gonna be a little tedious getting all the artifacts into here, but the towers were still there when they filmed it. It's always weird when that happens, eh? It's always eerie. Why did you wake me up for this? Good reason to want to go back to bed. Can relate. Yeah, 2001, I was 7. Yeah, I would have been 7. Might just wait for the dwarves to... Yeah, you'll be fine. You'll be fine, dwarf. Might be time to give them a break for a little bit, though. I've got kind of a neat idea. I'm gonna dig out a hole over here, and then I'm going to build a tower in this little hole. Give me a small tower, right? And then I'm going to go down into that pit and then dig along that pit and then back up, and that's going to, and so you're gonna have to go into here, walk through this, and around the outside, and then back and then up the artificial tower to actually get out. Also, I realize I've trapped a bunch of dwarves in here. Whoop. Let's fix that. No, that's not what I want. Downstairs is what I want. Actually, you know what? Cancel that. Come on, guys. You can do it. I just need someone from up above to come and build these, and then they can come out. There we go. Weird to think about that? What, the year that you were born? Why is that weird? Or why is it weird to think about the year that you were born, rather? Keep expecting to just collide with the cavern there, but I just haven't yet. Imagine the X-File had a spin-off where the former protagonist, Fox Mulder... I don't know, it's... I love... It really, really shows the mood, at least for a lot of people today. It's like we're talking about 9/11. Like, that's where we're at today, is we're talking about 9/11. Amazing how, mood just kind of carries, you know? To be fair, up until yesterday, Metis, I hadn't streamed Longdeath since the 24th because I was doing Shattered Monster, Jupiter Hell, and a bunch of Caves of Cud. So I kind of took a break from Longdeath for a little bit. But how's Longdeath going? Well, one of our mayors died. We have a new mayor now. We've had some new babies. Some dwarves have died of old age. Some dwarves have died of blunt force trauma, and we are now accepting tribute from another human faction. So I would say things have gone pretty well. Time is passing. We are on year 92 in early winter, which means that the fortress is 87 years old. I had to think about that for longer than I'd like to admit. Admittedly, my blood sugar is a little high right now, but I don't want to do a correction shot, so things are a little fuzzy up there in the old noggin. Apologies for that. Felt a little dark. I mean, it's fine. I mean, we can talk about this. It doesn't. It's not a bad conversation unless people are either A, leaving because of it, or B, uncomfortable because of it. And I don't think we have any of that happening right now. So people are just kind of in a somber mood because 2020's been rough, and you know, you were saying earlier that you just had to move because there wasn't enough work in tourism, and like I fully fucking get that. Like exotic weapons. They've brought us a few pets, which are kind of fun. They brought us a wild boar. They brought us a few cats and pet dogs and stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's fine. Go run up and down the stairs 5 times? I mean, that wouldn't bring me down. I'd need to do a bit more than that. If I went and did a 20-minute workout, that would bring me down. But up and down stairs is not much. Also, I don't really want to run up and down the stairs. Your dwarf still alive? You should be, unless you died without me knowing. You were alive yesterday. Oh, there you are. Stonecrafter. Yep, alive and well. Your first finger on your right hand is broken. That's unpleasant. 25 years old. Daughter of Dragon Man. Felt gratitude after receiving water. Didn't feel pain. So you, I think, we're put in prison probably for a little bit. Speaking of, his age is still in prison? Yeah, for another 11 days. How's Aegis doing in prison? Doesn't care. Kind of likes it, actually. Feels pleasure near a sublime statue. Pleasure near a fine bed. Pleasure near a completely sublime restraint. Feels repentant after being confined. I repent of my sins. Don't kill me. Okay, okay. That's how you survive in Dwarf Fort. This dwarf gets it. But yeah, no, you're doing okay. I think you did a prison sentence probably for a failed construction of an item, but you seem to be doing good. But yeah, no, this is going to become our vault. I think I'll put the coins in 2 vaults above and below this circle. And then in that circle there on the left, we are going to build a little tower, which is going to go up to here. So it'll be like, what, a few Z levels tall? Actually, I could punch it through the floor of this layer. That might actually be fun, is just dig a hole here through this, cave it in. And, yeah, we can do that. We can totally cave in this floor. What's that going to do? That'll be fun. We'll do that. We'll do a little cave-in operation. Cave-in operation! Also, cave-in operation is my new band name. There you go. Wait, what? Oh, hey, guy the Stonecrafter's been possessed. Guy has claimed a craft store shop. I'm gonna quickly use the toilet while Guy grabs what he needs for the artifact. Well, would you look at that? Still gathering stuff? You've grabbed anything interesting. But how is Mika well today? Silver bars, I think? A dog is fighting with what? Oh, a dog is fighting with a buzzard. Warm Shadow's still a little upset. Although you're cheering up. I don't feel like telling you about it. I know that feeling. Go away, you nosy, omnipotent being. Nah. Pilot guy is still doing the stuff that he does. Like he's grabbing another bar. More silver? Damn. Can they use soap in artifacts? I don't believe I've ever seen a dwarf use soap as part of an artifact. But I feel like that would be hilarious if they made a soap artifact. Oh, actually, interesting tributes. I've been thinking about it now, Med says. We've gotten quite a few scimitars from one of the human factions. This is quite the artifact. Alpaca wool cloth, 2 silver bars, rough purple spinels, oval lace agate cabochons, silver bars, point cut milk quartzites, and 2 pieces of granite. That's a fancy ass artifact, let me tell you. Just gonna put a lever over there, connect it to that support, because we're not gonna go through the maze, but can totally cave in a ton of this. A granite toy, wouldn't that just be great? I don't know. I love it when dwarves make toys. It's some of my favorite shit. What's up, Adra? Staying safe, I hope. I made it for fun. I put big creatures like Ettins, Cyclopses, Giants, and anything like that shows up at the fort in there to fight. So yes, largely for fun, but also semi-practical, I guess. But then again, most of the things in this fortress are made for fun. Because kind of the whole point of a fort like this is, like, just keep your dwarves busy, you know? All is more or less well. I, been kind of relaxing and surviving one day at a time. I hope your day has been smooth so far. I'm currently working on a cave-in project. Because who wants to just mine this out manually? That's no fun. Come on. We can do better than that. God damn it, we're gonna do better than that. Got a new truck, so spending time making sure all your ducks are in a row for it. Gotcha. What kind of truck? My dad just sold his truck for an electric car. And the people he sold it to, I'm pretty sure, are truck collectors. It was a 91 Suburban, almost entirely original. Like, the carpet didn't even have smudges on it. That's how good condition that thing was in. Like a tiny little bit of rust near one of the bumpers, but that was about it. Aside from that, the thing was basically brand new. Like it left the factory, the assembly line, like a few days before. I think the cassette deck was a little shot in it, but that's... Got a 21 Chevy Silverado Trail Blast. Gotcha. What do you think of the fully electric Ford? Out of curiosity. I think it's going to be really curious seeing electric pickup trucks pop up on the market. Curious to see what happens there. Is this country in lockdown or something? Aren't you guys in lockdown again? I know that Austria and Germany both are. Okay. Place your bets, chat. Who thinks that a dwarf is going to fall? I'm kind of expecting a dwarf to fall. Dwarf just climbed across the edge there. Damn.
I'm alive.
It's a true story. Flavabox is the first person ever to subscribe to this channel. Beat Hobo by like 20 minutes, I think. Thanks for keeping it going. Thanks for keeping that legacy alive. Even if you're not around the stream that much these days. I hope you've been well, Flavabox. Check and I get a big proper round of beers for Flava. Cheers, man. And Guy has created Charsard Ishmab Asa Rulzer, a granite earring, and claims it as an heirloom. Family heirloom. It's for 69,600. Nice. From tomorrow, probably. Gotcha. Gonna find some news. Fair enough. Come on, chat. I know we're a little chill today, but I know that there's people lurking. Can we get some beers? This is a granite earring. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with table-cut milk quartzites and studded with silver. Also, we're about to hit 3.5 years for resubs, which is crazy. This object is adorned with hanging rings of granite, silver, and lace agate, and menaces with spikes of granite. On the item is an image of a walnut tree in silver. On the item is an image of dwarves and goblins in alpaca wool. The dwarves are fighting with the goblins. The artwork relates to the attack on the seductions of living, of the joyous devil of Spidery Desert, of the ignited creation in the late winter of 25 during Geb Mothast, the dented onslaught. You as hop off. Well, you have a good night, Animal. Thank you very much for hanging out. Cheers, man. Look at all those dwarves carrying bits and pieces out. Right, so now I can connect this to that rough diorite pillar. Now I just need to wait for everybody to get out of the base. I can cave it in. Looks like most people are out of here. Except Eternal, who's down here, who I definitely don't want to squish. I'll practice a craft. Feels restless after being unable to practice a martial art. Are you in a squad? Let's put you in the Eternal Guard. Oh, you're in the Bear Fighters already. Never mind, we'll leave you in the Bear Fighters. Just means I gotta get the Bear Fighters training soon. Right, so all of this needs to be forbidden. For a minute. Because I don't really want any dwarves running into the crossfire down here, you know? Who's ready for some fireworks, chat? Celebrate 41 months. From Flavo. So how you been surviving? Hopefully the year hasn't been too rough. Waiting for this dwarf to link the building up to trigger. It'll take a minute. In the Huff Topic area. Truck's a truck. Ooh, shiny. Nice blue sky. Hopefully the truck mortgage isn't too bad.
Halfway to a full deck of cards. Crypt metal, crypt pod, crypt beer, crypt comfy, crypt comfy.
I mean, that's almost my rent. That's kind of a mortgage, but it's not too bad. Lump, thank you very much for the 26 months on a 26-month streak. I hate to break it to you, but you're not going to be able to one-up the 41 months on the 41-month streak, because that's the highest possible streak you could possibly have. But at the same time, thank you very much. Keeping that sub alive with Twitch Prime. We're sticking around. I can't believe it's been 2 years for a lot of you guys now. There's a wheelbarrow down here, but no dwarves. And I'm going to pull the lever. All right, for those of you who like fireworks, now's the time to have a gander. Here comes the dwarf. Time is paused, so it's not actually collapsing right now. It's a good amount of dust. Pardon our dust, but we have a big hole now. Uh, 3 minutes until investments are open, actually. You're just hopeful? Well, you can be hopeful in 3 minutes. Effective dwarven mining, although now I need to re-smooth the floor down here. throwing tickets into the void. Like throwing your hours away. And I will claim all these boulders. This is today's project. We're building a place to hide artifacts. Come on, chat. You guys just put beers in chat for Flava Box. Can we get a couple beers for Lump? Big old round of beers. You guys know what's up. If you want to use global emotes, Mika, HS Cheers works. What's this one? Like the Hearthstone mug? It's actually a really nice mug. Almost as nice as my mug. Bum, bum, bum. Bum. Bum, bum, bum. I quite like the Hype Train Conductor emotes. They've really, or not emotes, the badges, the sub-badges they gave you. They've really grown on me. Also, to those of you who maybe missed earlier today, if you happen to have unlocked paywalls, we actually changed one of the paywalls. So paywall 2 is now a door. So you can build little dungeons. I think it increases the comboing potential of them significantly. Makes them into much better emotes. I'm gonna put a bunch of art up here. I'm not gonna specify the art. I'm just gonna let them draw a bunch of art. It's been a while since we've done any engravings. Can't actually remember the last time I saw a dwarf be real happy about engraving. Wonder if it smashed any of the boulders when it came down. Almost looks like there's less boulders down here. Freaking me out a little bit, but... No contact with those guys. The Coalition of Fords. I wonder how many elves are actually at those places. If I'm at peace with them, it's highly likely... Oh, hey! These guys were actually at war with proper now. Pits of Demon Islands. No contact with. I do wonder if it's even possible to convince a world to... investments are open now if you actually want to throw tickets into the void. I do wonder how many... Like, if it's possible to make goblins give you tribute. I'm assuming not. They're very much just making the assumption that goblins don't and won't accept tribute, period. But I don't really know. So I'm kind of curious. Has anybody here played Realm Reborn? Because just looking at it, it looks like another Banished. Very much another Banished. I want to play another Banished. I was kind of contemplating playing it, and then I'm like, I don't know if I want to play another Banished. So at the current point, I'm kind of noping out on it. You listened to Kiri playing it? Wait, what? Who's in custody? Sweet Sparkle Farts. Oh no. I keep missing mandates from Hobo. My dwarves keep getting put in prison. What, with the goblins? Cooler? I don't have import-export with with any of the goblins. What are you talking about? Humans, yeah. Oh, you mean they import bodies with armor on them, and then I stab them in the head to get the exports from them. Is that what you're saying? The humans from Bastille Smack have arrived. The football hooligans. I don't know if I necessarily consider that an import-export agreement. It's very much the brutalist form of that. Exports, oh, I see. They export terror and they offer vengeance. I mean... Teleglitch. Ah, yes. Teleglitch. Teleglitch is a quality little dungeon crawler. Curious, what do the kobolds offer me? Petty annoyance and offerings are death. You know, true story, I never actually found this screen before, Cooler. This is new UX to me. Their exports are petty annoyance. Versus these guys. Imports and offerings. Petty annoyance. All right, so the group of alchemy have given us 1 rope reed thread, gloves. At least they fit us. They didn't bring us large gloves. That would be annoying. Actually, you know what? I'll just screenshot the whole top so Stone can see it easy. There they go. Bye, humans. Thanks for the stuff. But unfortunately, only Oman Ado are bringing us stuff now. These guys have kind of stopped, which is a little bit annoying. Cooler, have you done anything particularly noteworthy in adventure mode recently? Oh yeah, I mean, that's possible. Because these guys used to trade with me and they've stopped. And I kind of... And the reason I went and made another one of them send tribute to me, and these guys. Well, no, this is the one that's always offered tribute to me. But the reason I went and sent these guys is because I'm hoping that they'll send caravans again. You have what? Found interesting things in adventure mode. That would be interesting if you've been playing adventure mode. Dude, I haven't had any Ettins or Giants bring me artifacts in such a long time. It's so much fun when an Ettin shows up and it's like, what is it wielding? It's a Warhammer with 876 kills that was wielded by an Elder Demon and that was killed by some random human that then the giant went and ate and stole the hammer from. It's always interesting seeing that shit. You been playing Kenshi? Gotcha. The piggy's been missing for a week, and so's a chicken. that's not good. You need longer histories for that stuff? No, even in like my old fort. In that old world, like we had a giant show up, was completely fucking naked. Like you'd think that it would send something. Turns out no. No, nothing. Absolutely freaking nothing. +600 years old. Oh, is that all? Do you want that really large world that I just did a fort in? For Halloween? For adventuring stuff? Keeps crashing around around 700, 800. I mean, that one that I generated is 1,050. I'd totally upload it if you wanted it. Yes, please. But okay. Wasn't expecting there to be so much excitement. I mean, there's also still the community world, but that one's not that old. Say that's diorite. But yeah, I can upload it. Do you just want a really long history world? I mean, I could generate more. I almost, for me, world gen like doesn't crash. Like it takes a while, but. Not as vast when adventuring. It's large, but it's all one continent. $250 years, I think, is the default setting. Like, if you just stick to normal history length, it's 250 years, unless I'm mistaken. So yeah, a 1,050-year-old world is kind of old. Actually, you know what? Let's not do this. I'm gonna block off the entrance to that thing over there. Yeah, if you guys ever, like, want a world to mess about with, just let me know and I can totally give it to you. I prefer the longer history worlds generally, but this world is very young. We haven't even hit year 100 yet. And my mountain home has been locked in combat since year like 5. As Wild Cloistered initially invaded and took over this pit, and since then they've been fighting with this, which has been keeping my mountain home population. Actually, they went up down below 50, so now they're at 40, but. They were at 20 for a bit there, and they went up to 30. And they've just been at war with this Dark Goblin Fortress with 300 people in it. I mean, what are some real life things that take that long? I mean, I don't need to tell you that. Like, you can figure out stuff that takes that long in real life. I don't know. I don't have a list off the top of my head. Genning long worlds? I mean, I could just generate you like 10 and upload them. I have really fast internet now, so uploading stuff's way quicker. I think that's... I might be mistaken and overconflating, but isn't that what Myths is supposed to help with? Making unique races to play with in each world? Says your fiver comes in less than 3 months. That's what my ISP has been saying for, or my old ISP was saying for about 4 or 5 years. Felt like. But I think it's more accurately about 2 years. They were putting cables in the road in front of my apartment last year. A migrant has arrived. All right, chat. I'm thinking of a number between 1 and 10. If you would like to join this fortress, pick a number between 1 and 10. He is annoyed when caught in the rain. Excellent start. Worships the deity Ashen. 65 years old, born on the 9th of Glennon, the year 28. Any other guesses? I'm going to wait until 2 more people guess, and I'll pick the one that's closest. Or for 15 seconds to pass-ish. Guessing the same number is not going to get you very far, but it's mad. H-I-J-Z. Because the number I was thinking was 5. 2 people guessed 3, 1 person guessed 7. You guessed 6. You dream of creating a great work of art and very strong. You like kimberlite, bronze, and rhodolite. Giant eagle leather and the color red, quivers and armor stands, and the words of the number of glistening. When possible, you prefer to consume giant lion herring and dwarven rum. Well, that's good. Dwarven rum's easy to come by. And you absolutely detest rats. Someone said 3, 2. If you picked 4, that would have made my life very difficult, Alien Slayer. I mean, this is a pretty safe place to be. This is not an evil biome. It's a relatively tame world. We're not at war with anybody actively. He is consumed by overpowering feelings of jealousy. He is moved by art and natural beauty and troubled by this, since he dislikes the natural world. He could be considered rude and likes to take it easy, isn't particularly curious about the world, and is often nervous. Tends to be slow to trust others and doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind. He is very humble, and he is grateful when others help him out. He tries to return favors and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. Personally feels that introspection in all forms of self-examination are the keys to a good life and worthy of respect. Values romance and disregards tradition and sees merrymaking as a waste. I'm pretty sure this dwarf is like a self-help guru on Instagram. Based on that description. Personally feels introspection and in all forms of self-examination are the keys to a good life and worthy of respect. Values romance and disregards tradition and sees merrymaking as a waste. Is consumed by overpowering feelings of jealousy, is moved by art and natural beauty, and is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. Could be considered rude and likes to take it easy and isn't particularly curious about the world. He's also shunned as he likes going outside. He doesn't mind going outside, at least for a time. That's the default for all dwarves, though. Either they don't mind going outside at least for a time, or they don't mind going outside and only grumble mildly at shitty weather. It's like, eh. That's perfectly normal for dwarves. Straight hair is dry, and his sideburns are neatly combed. His long mustache is arranged in double braids, and his very long beard is braided in double braids. Welcome to the fortress. What materials did you like? Kimberlite, bronze, rhodolite, eagle leather, the color red. All right. Stone crafting, leatherworking, tanning. Take you off of hunting. From the fort. Actually, you know what? No, we'll leave you on hunting. Because he doesn't mind going outdoors and doesn't mind shitty weather. I need more coal. Give water. Oh, probably because of somebody in prison. What did you just go give water to? I'm very confused by that. Sparkle Farts feels guilty, but is doing all right. There's some weird, like, water drinking problems going on in this fort that I'm a little bit perplexed by. All right, let's just let that get worked on for a little bit. I think it's time to work on the upper wall. Is what it is time for. Especially considering about this tower that I said I was going to work on like 5-6 streams ago and then never did. Actually get rid of those two. There we go. So the chance to be movered over less stock greater in his ASCII world than in a real one. I mean, the Dwarf Fortress takes place in a fantasy time period that is much more brutal than the modern era, so yeah. What happens when you happen to be born into a world that is also a grim, dark science fiction future? So who's really surprised by that? Or science fantasy world. That's the word I'm looking for, not science fiction. I mean, if you wait long enough, eventually there will be nothing left but depression and sadness and dead dwarves. It's another limited edition vinyl run coming out of Effortless Audio of Lo-Fi. Then I'll put up downstairs there. Go up like to about here, I think. Almost get my military training up here for a bit. Granite blocks is what we're going to be using. Once those get constructed, then I can start building the flooring up here. Have I actually finished this layer of the wall all the way around? I have, almost. A single tile where there's floor missing. Or a wall missing. Yeah, no, I'm very much looking forward to Myths and Magic, and that's the update that I want to see the most, because I think that's also the update that Tarn wants to do the most. Just the way he talks about Myths and Magic, you can, like, hear in his voice him getting excited about it, and I want Tarn to work on things that make him excited. You know, as much as I really would like that Steam version to be out at the same time, like, you can very much tell that he's not super stoked to be working on it, if that makes sense. Like, It's not that much fun just plucking away and making UX versus like collection day? Collection day for what? Versus like making something that's super exciting. What are we talking about, Trizzle? That's hello. Like, I want Tarn to work on things that he thinks is fun and exciting. Because, you know, I work in an industry that's wrought with burnout. And I would never want to see Tarn burn out on working on DF. For your monthly fees. What are your monthly fees? Confused. No, this is the Dungeon of the Endless soundtrack. So on the topic of monthly fees, I tweeted out on the 30th a screenshot of my "You've been accepted into the Twitch Partner Program" email from 2 years ago. And basically saying like, you know, I've been a Twitch partner for 2 years, yada yada. And yesterday evening, I got this tweet as a response from it, as a response on it saying, "How much do you charge for Twitch promotion?" I'm just like, what? It's like, how much would you charge to promote my channel on your Twitch stream? And my knee-jerk reaction is just, people fucking do that? That is the slimiest, shittiest thing I've ever seen. Like, just, period. Like, people do that? That's upsetting. He's like, I've been reaching out and trying to work with people to be promoted, and he's just like, most people just want to follow for follow, and I'm just sitting here like, my God. You know, there's part of me that's tempted to just be like, $500, and I will shout your stream out once per stream for the rest of the month. But at the same time, I couldn't, in good faith, take that money. I just couldn't do it. Also, like, what the fuck? It's kind of sad to me. Is like the only real, like, honest thing I can say is like, there are some people that are so desperate to get into this industry and get into this industry quickly and skip all of the corners and learning curves and like not actually focus on putting on a good show, that just want to I mean, I'm not gonna do any of that shit because I don't want to promote some twat who's playing Call of Duty and looks like a dude bro who just got out of a frat house. Not really. Fuck that shit. I'd rather instead say, hey, chat, buy my socks and support me on Patreon, please. Subscribe if you can afford it. Smiley issue? Oh, don't worry about the smiley issue. The smiley issue is a non-issue unless you're being intentionally aggro. Some people are unintentionally aggro with it. I have brand new socks with skulls on them for sale because I am become humble sock seller. What's your costume? I'm a smile. Aww. This looks like something that Crocodile would show me. Cooler. A piggy's been found dead. Awful. Interrupted by combat, excuse me? Oh. We were fighting with a chinchilla. Mad was fighting with a chinchilla and canceled hunt because was interrupted by combat with another chinchilla. That's funny. I mean, the reality is, There's the majority of people who stream have what it takes, but will never get past the endurance to earn it and just want to skip that bit. The problem is there's a lot of people who have what it takes who do skip that learning curve and never have the opportunity to learn how to handle themselves in front of a crowd. And that's how that results in having streams. I won't mention any names, but you probably know who I'm talking about if you go around on Twitch a lot. Streams that are wild, very immature, just poorly moderated chats. A lot of, I hate this term, but toxicity and problems arising and channels getting banned. Those are people that just got really famous without having to earn it. Versus if you spend a lot of time on Twitch and you find a channel that had to earn it, it stands out. And are that determined to leave the regular job world? Most of the people who think that they can make a living... here's something that I've told friends of mine. If you're turning on your stream for the first time, expecting to make a living, stop. Because you're going about it the wrong way. And you never will. If you're here because you like talking to people, you like entertaining people, and you happen to have an interest in either video games or live performance or that, then start streaming. Otherwise, you're just going to burn out because you're not going to get anywhere at a pace that you think is even remotely acceptable, and you'll quit. And that's what happens to the majority of people, is they burn out because yeah, you're in the fortress because you guessed. You didn't notice. I told you. That's okay. You're a butcher / hunter with some crafting side jobs. Unless you are really lucky, good, and funny. And incredibly right place, right time. You know, there's tons of examples of people that were just stupid lucky, right? I was never one of those people. I've never had any dumb luck involved with my channel. My channel exists purely because of fucking raw endurance and work, right? If you look at my channel, I've never had a video that's gone viral. I've never been put in a position where someone with a huge audience supported me really heavily. I've never been thrown in that fortunate slot that some people get, which is I could be referred to as a free ride. I've never had any of that. The only reason my channel exists is because I'm a fucking crazy person who's still here for some reason. I mean, lots of people have found me for many reasons. Think, man. I mean, these days it's DF, but, you know, I started streaming DF in 2018, right? I did a lot of things before that. I had a pretty good idea of what I was doing when I went into DF. I knew what I was getting myself into, but I'd already been streaming other things for years. I started streaming in well, my first ever stream was in 2013, but I started streaming heavily in 2014. What, the I'm only here because of brutal raw effort statement, Warm Shadow? Late spring? And instantly beat Oprah? Yeah. I mean, and realistically, if I went back to my job at the factory, I would get paid more in a month. I'd make more in a year if I went back to the relatively entry-level job at the factory I was doing a couple years ago. But the difference is I'm actually happy doing this, whereas I wasn't previously, so. And I'll take happiness any day. Worth so much fucking more. But then again, it kind of hurts me a little bit when I stumble upon those channels that got lucky. And it's often extremely obvious that they don't realize that they got lucky and are in a very fortunate position. I need to get rid of all these fucking arrows. I'm gonna crush them. I don't even care because I only use bolts. No. Bolt, iron. Help if I spelled iron correctly. Make some more iron bolts. What was more soul crushing? Probably the clown, which is why I would go back to the job at the factory, but I wouldn't at the clown. Although I don't think they'd rehire me at the factory. Because they let me go because I was a danger to myself because of my lack of eyesight. By the way, you want to ruin somebody's self-esteem and willingness to work. Say that they're a danger to themselves. It's a real good way to ruin someone's desire to ever work again. At the end of the day, though, Link, man, I'm glad that you like my content, and I'm glad that you found me somehow. I wouldn't be here without you guys, frankly. Could sue the boss for saying that? No. It was a seasonal job. And it was a 6-month contract. And when I was there, I worked and it was all fine. And then at a point they put me in the MIM room, which is a room off to the side that's kept away from all the heavy machinery, cleaning stuff. Then when my contract ended and I went to go hand in all my tools, I asked if I could get an extension for the next year, and they said no. And when I asked the reasoning why, they said because I'm a danger to myself. There's no legal repercussions for me there. They didn't fire me. They just didn't renew my contract. And I don't need to fucking sue them. It's very American of you to tell me that I should sue them. But it's the same reason I can't get any job at in any kind of construction, because I am a safety risk. I mean, not that you misheard me, it's I hadn't given you all of the information. Otherwise, I totally would have gone back to that job. Much better pay than working in fast food. Take me like 4 years almost to earn as much as I made in that job. You have plenty of good lawyers typically. Oh no, they just wouldn't hire me. They'd ask me for, as part of the application process, they'd ask if I had any injuries or any ability or any issues, and they just wouldn't hire me in the first place. You cringe at the first job you used to do? I don't cringe at any of the jobs I used to do. I own it. Every job benefited me. Even the ones that hurt me. Like, yeah, working in fast food sucks. And probably, like, irreparably damaged my self-esteem. But I don't hate it. I mean, it was barely food service for me, Alien. Because I worked in maintenance, right? I only worked in the in food service for about 3 months, and then they put me on the full-time night shift working maintenance. So I only worked there for like as a food service helper for like the first few months. Then I just went on the night shift and didn't interact with the customer ever again, really. Unless it was like, a, can you unlock the bathroom for me? And it's like, sure. But no, I was mostly just cleaning the stoves and shit. Sucks the soul out of you, I believe it. I'm building a watchtower for aesthetics. No practical purpose. The cook took a hit of acid every day. You know, my knee-jerk response to that sounds like a pretty cool cook. But yeah, I getcha. I can understand why that would make you loathe it. I would loathe it too, but at the same time, that's kind of funny. Not gonna lie, that's kind of funny. Working in fast food is where I witnessed a knife fight. Working in fast food is where I saw a man get stabbed through the hand for trying to stop a guy from running away with a stolen laptop. Working in fast food is where I watched somebody vomit for about 8 meters out down the hallway and out the door. Working in fast food is where I watched a lady pull her pants down and shit on the floor. Working in fast food is where I've cleaned blood off the ceiling. Working in fast food is what gave me a borderline drinking problem. Mad Hills is hunting once again. Probably more chinchillas. Lots and lots of chinchillas getting hunted over here. Make 3 spears. I have steel. Do I have steel? I'm pretty certain I have steel. I better have fucking steel. Yep, 140 steel. A lot of random forbidden barrels. I should unforbid those. I don't think I ever cleaned poop off the ceiling, but I certainly cleaned poop off the walls many, 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 many times. And the floor. I will never cease to be impressed by where humans manage to get blood, though. Especially in the girls' washroom. About 18 inches long. Dead fish. There's a story there? Wait, was the bottle of vodka full? Or was the bottle of vodka empty? Either way, there's a story there. I once found a fish head in a toilet, which was hilarious to me. I walked into that, like, someone said there's something weird in the stall. Like, they came up to the front counter and told us that there was something weird in the stall, and immediately I get a ping on the headset, and they're like, Greg, can you go check the women's washroom? I'm like, what? Like, there's something weird in the stall. That's all that they said. And I was like, oh, God. And, like, you know, I'm expecting, like, there to be blood on the floor or something. I'm like, oh, jeez. What is it today? And I just, like, walk in there. There's a fish head, like, peeking out of the bottom of the toilet. Like, no other, like, it's been cut off. But there's just this fish head, like, looking up. I just, like, burst out laughing. It was one of the funniest things. Exactly, like, literally that, Cooler. It was way too goddamn funny. I just started laughing my ass off. And I'm just, like, cracking up over the radio, and my coworkers are like, what the fuck's going on over there? Like, you gotta come see this. This shit's too funny. Someone didn't chew. I don't know. I think someone just had a fish head for some reason and just put it there. Why is my phone vibrating? Honey? Oh. Just an article getting posted on PC Gamer. Apparently they got the rights to send me push notifications again. I don't recall giving them permission for that. Buggers. Some pelican would... Someone's just like living out their pelican-kin life. You know what? I'm not gonna judge them for that. It's not my place. No shit. Firelac. That's all I can say is no shit. Same reason you don't put an egg in a microwave. Is they go bop, explode. They go fucking everywhere. No, that's what I want that to be. Yeah, no, if it comes out of a human body, I've cleaned it off the floor, wall, or ceiling in a McDonald's washroom. Or kitchen, for that matter. Although, one of the funniest things that ever happened is we got robbed and I didn't notice. The human caravan has arrived. So, still only one human faction is trading with us. I don't like this. Yeah, we got robbed and I didn't notice. I'm gonna give them my used clothing. Some bloke ran into the store with a knife, threatened my manager and two of my coworkers, and then my manager started pulling money out of the cash register to just give it to him. The guy was demanding that he go to the safe. My manager went to go walk to the safe, and I was in the basement, so I wasn't even in headset range, so I had no idea any of this shit was going on. My manager then turns around to go to the safe, and they're like, no, you can't leave. And he's just like, well, the safe's around the corner. And they're like, okay, well, we'll follow you. So they follow him around into the back area. My two coworkers over by the counter. These two homeless dudes who are named Pete and Ian. Crazy Ian and Pete stood up at the back and just started slowly walking to the front. For reference, one of them was a military veteran, and I'm not sure about the other guy. I think he's just an ex-biker. Just starts skulking up towards the front counter. And I watched all this later on the cameras. I didn't see any of that actually happen because I was in the basement completely unaware. My manager got spooked and went and hid in the freezer. So instead of like going back to where the safe is, he booked it and locked himself in the freezer for some fucking reason. And so the two guys with the knives start threatening my coworkers and tell them to open the cashier again. And they're like, well, we can't because we don't have the manager code. They're like, well, go get your manager. And they're like, we can't. He's in the freezer. And they basically just kind of sat there arguing with them for about, I don't know, 20 seconds. And then Pete and Ian jumped the counter and tackled them. Held them on the ground, removed their knives from them, and screamed, called the cops. At which point, my manager popped his head back out of the freezer as he heard loud noises and went and called the cops. Sounds like your workplace was much less kid-friendly than where I worked. One of my favorite things a manager ever said to me was, "Shut up, cunt. This is a family restaurant." What was so interesting in the basement? The TV. I was cleaning the crew room. I was watching Pawn Stars and cleaning the crew room because it was about 2 o'clock in the morning. Between 2 until about 2:45, I was in the basement cleaning the crew room. And the crew washrooms and the manager's office. And watching Pawn Stars. So obviously I took way longer than I actually needed to because I could watch TV. Good times. Sometimes I would bring my Wii U into work and just play Smash Brothers with my coworker. You've worked interesting jobs? I think most people have. Best job I ever worked, though, was probably the least interesting and least exciting. Best job I ever worked was I worked as a sprint kayaking coach for a couple of years. And literally all I did was I got paid $19 an hour to show up and drive a speedboat around a lake and keep people from drowning while my sister, who was the actual coach, did all the actual work. I simply was there because I had a boat license and my sister didn't. Don't need that copper slicing knife. All right, let's bring all the clothing over. A man who has a knife? What, jumping a man seems like with a knife seems like a silly willy move? Those two, Pete and Ian, they were very much the, yeah, they live on the street. Yeah, they probably have drug problems. Yeah, they've made some bad decisions in their life, but you don't fuck with them. And you certainly don't fuck with their friends. And they really liked us at the time because we would give them free coffee. They'd come in and we'd give them both a small free coffee in the winter because, like, you know, we're McDonald's employees, but we're still human, and we realize that people get fucking cold outside, and, you know, when it's snowing or hailing or pelting down freezing rain, you feel bad for the guys that, you know, have to live outside. It sucks. Especially one of them had cancer for a while. He eventually got the tumor removed, but he had a brain tumor. And so he would, like, come into the store just, like, almost about to keel over in pain. So, like, we felt real bad for the guy. So, like, we helped them, and they were kind of almost our private security in that instance. It wasn't the only time they evicted somebody. There was a guy who was threatening, I think, his girlfriend, and acting like he was going to hit her, and one of them got up and punched him in the back of the head and booked it out the door. Which was funny. Especially because the girlfriend screamed, "Yeah, fuck him up." It was amusing. But saw those two together on multiple occasions. Although, Cooley, you want to know what was interesting in the basement in the first McDonald's I worked at? I may have told you this story before. We're getting dive bombed by buzzards that time of year. But the interesting thing was in the basement. So the area that I worked in, well, the McDonald's that I worked in had 2 floors. Technically 3, but the 3rd floor doesn't really count. It was more of a crawl space. You didn't really go down there. But there was 2 floors, right? And the lower floor was where the office was, the crew room, the hot water heater, all that shit. But also my maintenance closet, which is where all my cleaning supplies were. So I'd go down into the basement, get the cleaning supplies I need, come up to the stairs and do whatever I need to do, put it back, go back. So I was doing a lot of trips up and downstairs, right? Cancels guard. Get provisions. Interrupted by buzzard. Jesus. And in the maintenance room, there was a wall. And there was basically like this room frame, but particle board just like nailed to it all the way around. And I never really thought about it until I realized there's like 2 rooms, like 2 good-sized rooms worth of space in this wall, and there's just like particle board nailed over it. And I found a spot behind a bookshelf that, or not just like a shelving unit that just had cleaning supplies on it, that was very obviously what used to be a door. And one day, when we were closed partially due to renovation, a Riptorus died. It's early summer. Was knocked off the wall, I think. That's the final of the original 7 dead. Must have got dive bombed by a buzzard while working on the tower. That's an end of an era. Also, holy shit, look at all the mudstone rings. I need a lot of Fs in chat. Eripterus is... No, we just need to wait for Hobo to die of old age. Why Hobo? Hobo wasn't part of the original 7. When did Hobo arrive here? Hobo was early, but... Yeah, Hobo arrived in the year 50. Man, that's a big sad right there. Make a bigger tomb for that dwarf. Disco Waffles, that's audio. Such a sad time, man. Anyway, so there was this wall in the maintenance closet that was very clearly an old doorway. Very, very clearly an old doorway. Look at them cleaning out the bedroom. All of the clothing coming out of there. Hot damn. Yeah, anyway, so there was this wall that was very clearly a doorway. One day, when we were closed, I got really bored. And I just went and moved that shelf, and I grabbed a crowbar and pried that wall off. You know what was behind it? First, the fuckload of spider webs. It was a lit room. It was an old closet. It had about a dozen variations of Ronald McDonald statues, sitting on benches, standing up. A bunch of old, like, Hamburglar statues. A bunch of old, basically every single McDonald's mascot you can think of. They had at least one iteration of a statue, as well as about a dozen Ronald McDonald statues in different poses. One of him sitting cross-legged, one of him standing. Old costumes. There was, like, a bin that was just full of Ronald McDonald costumes. Yeah, an antique storage room. It was like, you know, in the post-apocalyptic movies when they... Oh, hey, there's a dead buzzard over there. In the post-apocalyptic movies when they just go into a room and it's just filled with mannequins and they're all covered in cobwebs and there's a very old rickety light in there. That. You know what I found in that room? A bag. Just a plastic bag. Sealed plastic bag. With some weird dust in it. I looked at the plastic bag and flipped it over. It was a bag of lettuce. You want to know what year that bag of lettuce expired? I'm open for guesses. 1987, actually. 1987 was when it expired. Just 7 years after the building was built. Which is fucking wild. Anyway. I blew my mind a little bit. And I asked one of my coworkers about it because she'd worked there since 1982 and retired like 3 years after I left that location. And he was like, "Oh yeah, no, that was where we got that stuff. Like that's where we kept all the old statues." It's just like, my God. God, I'm so sad that a Ripterus died. Holy shit. I'm gonna make an... Oopsies. No, that's not what I wanted to do. Iron. And it's going to be a new image. Historical figure. Eurypterus. Creature. Six dwarves. An image of Eurypterus and six dwarves. No, nope, not devouring. That's the wrong thing. I wanted embracing. Eurypterus is embracing the sixth dwarf. Fence of Anvils. The... yeah, devouring the sixth. And... End of Legends. That's what we're going to call it. The End of Legends, an image of Eurypterus, the dwarf, and six dwarves. Eurypterus is embracing the six dwarves. He went cannibal. No, I didn't. I changed it, okay? I fix it. Don't accuse me of crime I ain't commit. Okay? Not much different. I mean, when it's a drawing, or a piece of art, it's technically no different. Merchants are leaving soon. I need to trade. You're at work. Everyone be responsible and have a good time. We will see you when we see you if you're peacing out. Buy a copper pick. It's a nice copper pick too. Fragrant Bear don't hate us, but they don't trade with us anymore, which is interesting. They might be plotting to ambush us once we have enough dwarves. Sparkle Farts is now under a great deal of pressure. I think it's time to get the bear fighters training again. And they need an opportunity to exercise a little bit. Holy Spokes, too. I'm going to check you in with the wrestling squad. Good luck. How's the basement doing? Still very full of rocks. Oh boy. Another thing I'm going to do is we're going to go to the maze lair. And we're going to set all these to prepare to fire. See how many dwarves we can get to take part in a round of boulder firing. Forbid that door. And forbid that door. Merchants have gone off on their journey. Dwarves are all putting away clothing and random things. Is that? Oh, etymology. I read that as meditate on empathy. I was like, really? We're meditating on empathy? That's strange for dwarves. Kind of nice to see, honestly. There we go. They're all coming down to fire the catapults. Fire the catapult! Good to see dwarves like Pablo staying sane. Fire Z catapult, not to be confused with Z missiles. Do I not have a manager? I do. It's Hobo. Hobo should be managing things. Hobo, why are you not managing things? Because he's too busy conducting meetings is why. Here they all come. I'm not gonna lie. I think I'm gonna build more catapult ranges in my forts just for funsies. Because just having catapults that you can do this in for fun is kind of great. Like, I realize we're just shooting boulders at a wall, but like... I love how they all just immediately vamoose. But speaking of eating, I think I'm going to go embrace my sandwich. To those of you who are lurking, thank you very much. Can I get a round of beers in chat if you happen to have sound commands and you want to pop out a lurk for a minute? Using sound... Now would be a good time to use sound commands to entertain the chat. It's been a chill day. We got very unlucky with the auto hosts today, unfortunately, but not much I can do. I'm just going to let these dwarves auto-fire these cannons a bunch. And I will be back in a couple of minutes.
For everyone!
With a ham and cheese sandwich. BRB. Of course, right as I do that, a migrant arrives. I'll name them after. I'm going to jump back down here, though. Keep the camera in the same spot. All right, BRB.
Flobberdobberdoggadoggies?
It's a Unix system. I know this.
I return. With sandwich. How is Dracula? I mean, Squagula. Hi, Squag. But I hope you're doing well today, Squag. I return, chat. Let's see. I know one who's the Grim Reaper. I know somebody who's an evil asylum runner thing, like he runs an evil asylum. There's Cardboard Cowboy, who's a cardboard cowboy. I don't know. I don't really watch themed channels, probably. There's probably somebody who's a vampire. I would have thought that it would be somebody on Team Dark Forces, but that team is now defunct as far as I can tell. But probably, I don't know. I don't really watch any character streamers, but with the massive interest in VTubers from various audiences, I have a feeling that there's probably more than one person trying to be a vampire as their whole shtick. What did Warm Shadow want? Because Warm Shadow just canceled loading a catapult for being too depressed. You've been asleep? Well, Zapdos, how do you feel about getting brought back into the fortress? She is sad when caught in the rain. Didn't feel anything after seeing a buzzard's dead body, and didn't feel anything after seeing a chinchilla's dead body, and it was raining on me and I feel dejected. He's a faithful worshipper of Shin Russet Ember, the Red Rocks, and is 61 years old, born on the 1st of Malachite in the year 32. Her eyebrows are incredibly high and her nose bridge is concave. Her very short hair is neatly combed and her small lobed ears are short. Okay, Dracula. Dracula is a vampire, but I don't consider there to be much of a difference, really. Like, if I saw somebody being a Dracula specifically as a streamer, I would think of that immediately as, oh, look, a vampire. Not, oh, look, a Dracula. Dracula's the name of a vampire, not a type of vampire. She does not find most jokes humorous, and she often feels discouraged. She is pleased by her own appearance and talents, and she does not often feel lustful. Zapdos, by the way, you missed a Riptorus dying. It's very sad. The end of a goddamn era, I tell you. She finds helping others emotionally rewarding, and she is polite. Often acts with compassion, and she has a sense of duty. She's quick to form negative views about things, and she tends to share her own thoughts and experiences with others. She does her best to avoid any physical confrontations, and she works to square this natural tendency with her respective martial prowess. She can handle stress, and she always scratches her head when she's trying to remember something. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. She likes stoneware, lay pewter, alexandrite, and olm leather, giant elk hoof, and giant desert tortoise shell. And currently, you're placing a Riptorus's body in a tomb. Oddly fitting. No. She fell off the wall. She fell off the wall. One could say it was the opposite of natural causes. She died due to an overwhelming pull from gravity. You will see us through. Onwards and upwards as the generations continue to die. It's kind of a dark story, not gonna lie. But the body has been memorialized. At least there's that. Aside from that, things have been rather mundane today. Nothing super interesting has happened. We're still playing with our catapults, though. Kind of glad we built this. It's a nice, fun little toy. Also a really good way of just storing a lot of boulders in a small space, I guess. I think some dwarves get positive feelings when they're nearby interesting things. How is Nax not depressed? This dwarf just doesn't feel anything and just feels self-pity for everything all the time. All right, I think it's time to cancel all jobs and give the dwarves a break. It's been a while since I've given them a proper break. Autumn has come, which means it's almost time to trade. We're gonna go grab a taco. Leave me alone? Enjoy your taco. Today's been chill. And 2 annual tributes, one from Basti Peme and Nalin Abo have come. Loading that catapult. Construct a building. I'm assuming you're gonna go construct that statue. From the group of soaring, man. Not a great donation to the cause in the slightest. Throwing items in barrels. Why are you moving that from one barrel to another? Doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Hey, Ara, how we doing? Today's been pretty quiet. That's how I's been. But aside from that, doing all right. Yeah, just chilling. Drinking my coffee. Playing Dwarfs. Trying to figure out what to do for the evening part of the cast. Yeah, pretty much just that. Dealing with corpses. Had a couple sad deaths today. The stream was pretty uneventful until one of my final original 7 dwarf died. Is heartbreaking. Some Nightmare Reaper. What's Nightmare Reaper? Or wait, was that the game? Hold on. Am I that much of a forgetful twat? Yeah, I know what game this is. Yep. You've told me about this game before. That weird game that looks like a drug trip. But also Minecraft. Yeah. Yeah, you've explained it to me before. I'm just bad at remembering the, I can think of a reason for today being particularly quiet. Yeah, it's one of those, it's quiet. Blink, blink. Too quiet. Quiet before the storm. You know what I'm saying? So today's been pretty chill. It's been a tense afternoon, that's for sure. It's gonna be a tense couple weeks. My favorite part about today is the fact that as a Canadian is trending in British Columbia right now on Twitter. As a Canadian, and it's all politics. It's like, as a Canadian, I can't do anything. As a Canadian, take the wheel, America. It's a lot of really good memes, I'm not gonna lie. You want abstract thinking, holy spokes. But when I give you abstract thinking, you just get upset about the abstract things they're thinking about. You're worried after being kept from alcohol for too long. Yet we have more booze than I know what to do with, so. Dwarves have showed up to trade. That seems fun. I need to actually play some Ziggurat now that I have better internet. I don't need large capes. which apparently I have. But a bunch of random large clothing I can get rid of. And then after this season, I'm going to just cancel all jobs. I cannot export leather armor. Okay. Be careful we don't export any leather armor. Who would love a, what, like a... So you're saying like Spelunky, but it's Mario? It's like just a randomly generated Mario game? Or are you talking about like a top-down turn-based traditional roguelike where you're in the Mushroom Kingdom? Do you want to go to prison, Dave Annoyed? Because that's what happens. Or everybody who breaks the mandate gets beaten. One of the two. It's either beatings or prison time. And if there isn't enough prison cells, then the ones who don't go into the prison cells get beatings. Regardless, it's bad. Dude, I would totally take like a grid-based, turn-based, procedurally generated roguelike where you just go around like mauling Koopalings. I'd be so into that. Asteth Uvelrith. I am your liaison from the Mountain Gnomes. Let's discuss your situation. Although that would get shut down by Nintendo so fucking fast. There is much to share. We have updated your information and maps. What requests do you have of our merchants? Please bring me all of the wood. Oh, I hit the wrong button. My bad. Remember, trade agreements strengthen bonds. Please consider an import agreement next year, which I hit the wrong button and canceled. Well, actually, I hit the wrong button, ended up in the wrong screen, and then canceled it instead of backing out of that screen. My bad. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. They'd rise faster if you stopped fighting with the fucking goblins all the time. I actually have kind of a lot of dwarves. Look at all these dwarves. Yeah, it's only 48, but man, there's kind of a lot of them. Yeah, no, it's bad if you go against the mandate. I'm like you, I certainly could, but going against mandate is bad. Yeah, I don't know. I guess at the end of the day, I'm just surprised that... I'm surprised how many people are actually, like, going in to vote in the States. I kind of thought that everybody would have mail-in voted by this point. Like, I haven't been to a polling station in a very long time because the last, like, 3 elections I've taken part in have all just been mail-in votes. Like, I just get a ballot in the mail, like, you know, 4 weeks in advance, and I just check a box, put it back in the envelope, put that envelope in another envelope, put that envelope in the third envelope, and put it back in the mail, and it just goes off. Does its thing. Which is just how I've done it the past, like, 6 years. Oh, lag, which means buzzards just spawned. Worm Shadow, the beekeeper, is stumbling around obliviously. That blows. Had a few dwarves kind of lose it in the past, like, 15 years. There we go. Frame rate's kicked back up. We're going to give the dwarves a proper break, I think. Select a random dwarf who's flickering. Vlog, what's your clothing situation looking like? You need a new cloak. You need new shoes. Mittens. Cloak, shoes, and mittens. Well, that's none of your business. What is it, cheating or something? Hey, Machio, how you been? leads to fraud. Doesn't shock me. Not gonna lie, it doesn't shock me, but I'm not going to fucking walk somewhere to vote when I can just mail in. I'm just shocked that we don't have some sort of like blockchain method of digitally voting. Like, you think that we would have like repurposed that stupid fucking technology for Bitcoin to like actually do something useful? Well, we certainly haven't yet. It's about time we bloody well do. And since it's trending on Twitter, as a Canadian, I can't really judge anything that you guys do. All I can do is sit here and hope you guys make the right decision. Smile. But I don't know. I'm kind of happy that the news has been as quiet as it has been, at least so far. It's been relatively quiet from my perspective, and that's nice. Poor Dwarf. Seeing a Riptorus die, I think, like, wrecked this Dwarf. Oh, I know. Like, you don't need to tell me that. I get it. I understand the issue. PCX. Never waited more than seconds? Neither did I back when I voted in person. Although I wouldn't even go in to vote right now, not during a pandemic. I would just do what I did here in the BC election weeks ago and just mail it. Wait, really, Ara? I bought a bidet, so I go through like an eighth, maybe less, of the toilet paper than I went through a year ago. I haven't bought toilet paper since November last year. So, and I still have 8 rolls left. So, I don't know, man. That and canned soup looks like a doomsday scene. Good thing I already stockpiled that. I stockpiled that before the panic buying happened the first time. I still have canned beans and chickpeas and soups left. As well as like 3 large bags of rice. Like 2 months worth of pasta. I got tons of food. Like I said, I stockpiled before all that shit. Yeah, it was a an 18 pack, I think. So I've used 10 rolls in a year because I have a bidet. Use almost none. Need like a square. Not like they're hard to set up or expensive. Bought it on Amazon. You ready to trade? Where the heck is my broker at? Did I see him? It's this dwarf. Right here. Trading is so laggy right now. Only just started being laggy too. And I know the reason why it's laggy, or I'm mostly certain I do. It's because these Kias, they're trying to steal stuff from my dwarves as they bring it to the trading depot. But yeah, no, I know it's like kind of the in thing for hipsters to be buying bidets, but I was thinking about buying one before the pandemic happened. The pandemic was just like, yeah, okay, I'm buying a bidet. I'm gonna wait until everyone working on it has retired. Fucking depressing. I don't know. It's not my area of expertise, so I shouldn't say much. If I was more educated on the subject, I could actually have an opinion. I can just say that it's silly, that in my opinion, but what do I actually know? And the answer is not a lot in regards to that stuff. I'm just being honest. It's high-pitched whirring. I'm not sure where it's coming from. Yeah, it's just, I'm not really the authority on the subject, so it doesn't really matter all that much. God. This is brutal. Kind of thought, no. I got a $40 simple ass thing. The cheap one. Not gonna spend thousands of dollars on a fucking bidet. There we go. Frame rate's coming back. But no, there ain't no way in hell I'm gonna spend more than $20 on a bidet. Oh, I think I spent about 30. Works just fine. Thanks for the 100 bits, Spitalier. Cheers, man. Are you still Dwarfing stuffs? Your Dwarf is still Dwarfing. You're storing stuff in stockpiles. You don't feel anything while joining an existing conflict, and you feel pleasure near a set after making a satisfying acquisition. You felt pleasure after putting on a truly splendid item, and euphoric due to inebriation. Mm-hmm. And I'm not going to give you any more information aside from the fact that I'm not going to spend that much fucking money on a bidet, and the one that I have works just fine. You can make it weird, or you can take a hint and drop the subject. Frankly. That's roughly where computer security is right now. Yeah, and your point is what? DCX? Like, I already stated, I'm not educated enough in the subject to really have an opinion. But I can legally bitch and complain that people who haven't figured it out yet. So how about instead of explaining to me why it doesn't work, go make it work. Shut up. We'll do it. Christ. That's how I feel about that. I'm just a person with a microphone and a platform. I'm not educated in what internet security should be. Not my job. My job's just to be entertaining. Come on, dwarves. Fix the frames. This is gonna slow down my year progression. Takes about 2 seasons to go through a season now. I think what I need to do is I need to put a craft stockpile right beneath this.
Nearly 2 years now. Thanks for introducing me to this community. In a way, you are the one to thank for reuniting me with my now husband.
I mean, I didn't introduce you to anything. You just showed up and didn't leave for some reason. But thank you. I'm glad I could be of some benefit. Jack, can I get a proper round of beers for Nick sticking around for almost 2 years? Rhyme intended. Frame rate's coming back slowly. It is slowly speeding up. Okay, you know what we can do? I'm gonna make a, excuse me, rings, earrings, bracelets, crowns, scepters, amulets, figurines. That's about it. This whole area is just going to get filled up with that. How are the dwarves? A little laggy. Somber, I'd say. We lost one of the first dwarves from in this fortress today, which makes me very sad. Eurypterus passed away. A huge bummer. Food obtained. What'd you get for food? What about Hobo's demands? What about Hobo's demands? Export of leather armor is prohibited. I didn't export any leather armor. We're fine. That's a lie. Kia is far more used than any other emotes. You don't use any of my emotes. You just spam Kia all the goddamn time. Regardless of if it's appropriate. Let's build a wall to protect from the Kias. I mean, I'd have to build roofs to protect from the Kias. You got sandwich with a pickle? I hope it's a good sandwich. Would have just made my own sandwich, but eh. Going somewhere to get a sandwich seems like a waste. I would appreciate a little bit less spam, though. Zapdos. The spam is not necessary. There's no reason to. Yeah, we added a door emote, Atelier. The door is going to get a lot of mileage. It cost you $50, so it better. Oh, more than that, actually. $50 in bits is nothing to sneeze at. Kind of a lot of fucking money. I don't like a spammy chat. I've never liked a spammy chat. I like a productive chat. So if you're doing something productive with the emotes, or if everybody is spamming, then fair enough. Partake. But if it's just one person posting a whole bunch of emotes for no reason, that's just annoying. If that makes sense. Thai hot pot. I'm so fucking jealous. God damn. Ooh, I want some dim sum. Been years since I've had dim sum. Actually, more specifically, I just want fucking dumplings. It's actually been years since I've had dumplings. All right, I'm just gonna give the dwarves no jobs for a bit and just let them put everything away. Turn the military off. $3,895 more biddies. $38.95 thrown at me. Plus, you'd have to buy more. You'd probably have to buy 5,000. Reasonably. Which ain't cheap. So realistically, it's more than that. Because the way they get you is by making you spend more on a bigger piece, bigger selection of bits. So instead of just being 3,895 bits, it's more than that. It almost looks like an RPG Maker tile set, that set of emotes. It's year 93, mid-autumn, but autumn has been super fucking laggy. With these fucking birds. Curious, where do you go to get alcohol right now? I'm assuming you're gonna go to the second floor of the tavern, but... Also, there, Warm Shadow's gonna die. Warm Shadow's gone and lost it. Tumbling around obliviously on and off. A very big sadness, honestly. Hope it was a good sleep, though. Hey, Cappy, how you doing? Should just give them everything that there's left if they're... Oh, no, never mind. There's nobody trading now. Why is the dwarf leaking? Because the child is vomiting? Would you look at that? It's a miracle. Spitalier has given birth to a boy. Also, shoutouts to Spitalier for killing a birdie at one point. All right, who'd like to be Spitalier's kid? If you don't currently have a dwarf in this fort and would like to have a dwarf in this fort and you'd like to be Spitalier's kid, let me know. Ara enchanted? I saw Ara first, I'm not gonna lie. Also, hey, Spec. Ara's also tried a couple times and never had the opportunity. He is the son of Spitalier and Cryo. He is a worshipper of the fuchsia and a worshipper of Shin Russet Amber, the Red Rocks. Heads up chat, investments are open. Personally finds the following of tradition foolish and limiting. Sees introspection as important, finds the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort, and respects perseverance, not relatively moved by art or natural beauty. And he's conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. He's a very calm demeanor, and he's rarely happy or enthusiastic. And he is conflicted by this as he values parties in the abstract. He has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and he finds this troubling, since he values perseverance, and he tends to be passive in discussion. He tends to not reveal personal information, and sometimes act without deliberation, slow to trust others, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. What a sad dwarf. A sad, sad dwarf. I read that as ponder ogres. Ponder ores. Why does it concern you? You like the Disco Trade Depot? I mean, it's just because they're loading. It always looks like that when they're reloading their stuff. It also means I need to get more stockpiles. I'm actively confused as to why they're not using those stockpiles. You know what? Let's just do this. Make this a finished goods stockpile with no limitations. See what they put there. It described you very... It's like getting your palm read or like looking at your horoscope. It's complete and total utter bullshit, but it's generic enough that it can come off as eerily accurate. They're all reading books or watching demonstrations. Good stuff. So no, that's kind of by design. If it comes off as eerie, it's by design, frankly.
Whoa, dude, fuck yeah, dude. That's fucking sick. Hell yeah. Woo!
Congrats, Skimper, on your big win. While I wait for my dwarves to come and hang out in the tavern. Let like a year or so pass. A lot of the dwarves want to just make friends and see family, and we're giving them a chance to do that. Smiles have that effect on people. Mad Hyges is going after rabbits with his hunting skills. Worm Shadow. Satisfied crying on somebody in charge, relieved near a waterfall. Wants to practice martial art. You know what? Worm Shadow. I'm gonna take you out of that squad, the neutral picks. Gate Nerd out of that squad, and we're gonna let Worm Shadow train by himself as part of the neutral picks. Really wants to practice a martial art, and it's a non-armor squad, so he'll just go do his own training sessions by himself. We'll let him train for like a year, and we'll see if that helps you. Because you really want to practice a martial art, and you want decent meals, and you want to practice a craft. But, like, I can only let you do one of those things, and clearly practicing a craft ain't doing it for you. What is that yellow pound sign? Oh, those are grates. These? They're Electrum floor grates, and there's a waterfall going through it. Water falling through that chimney from up here, which is being pumped by that one pump, which is being powered by that windmill, which is pumping through the little reservoir down here, falling through here, and then through the maze, and then out off the map through here. It's very much a small waterfall. Small artificial waterfall for my dwarves. Come on, hang in there, Worm Shadow. It always appeared in fantasy? No, it's just expensive and not particularly sturdy. It's used for like... Say, Hobo, what the hell are you doing? It's used for like jewelry and shit. This dwarf shouldn't be depressed. Really shouldn't be. This one should also be fine. Like, they can't be that depressed. Like, yeah, they're down flashing red arrows, but they're like just kind of borderline. I've seen them flickering on and off, so they'll be okay. They'll last. Also, seriously, massive thank you to everybody who's been hanging out today and funding the channel and keeping me here. At this point, I'm sitting here and worrying and panicking about next summer. That's what I'm looking forward to right now and concerned with. The next, like, 6 months are going to be pretty important for me saving-wise, I think. So it's going to be a lot of me promoting my Patreon and just trying to keep things stable for the next 6 months. Look at that. My haggardly depressed dwarf was just standing next to a dwarf playing some music. This is what we need. We need to have dwarves performing and getting good thoughts out of that. Oh, it's not helping. Holy spokes. You hate abstract thinking and always get depressed when you're abstract thinking, but when you're not abstract thinking, you're depressed. Future bleak recently? Summer's the hard season for me. Winter's, like, the good season for my stream generally. Historically, my stream does better in the winter financially than it does in the summer. Historically, my stream does horrendous in the summer and quite well in the winter. Wild Peak, thank you very much for the host. Cheers, man. Really needed today. It's been quiet. Hope you're doing well. Hope your stream was good. What were you playing? For some reason, I have a guess, but I might be wrong. The bot beat you to it. Kind of. Or the bot one-upped you. I mean, I'm not looking forward to, like, another 6 to 8 months of lockdown, if not more. I'm not looking forward to that. I'll say that much. Oh, I was wrong. I was expecting you to be playing that new town builder. Kingdoms Reborn, I think? Which to me just looks like another Banished, which I'm just like, about. Like, I don't want to play another Banished. Played 2 science fiction Banished. I've played Banished. I've played other Banished, which was the Life is Feudal Banished. I've played modded Banished. I've played vanilla Banished. I've played Anno, which is just better Banished. You have enough games for now? I get you. I've got a few games I need to play. I've got to, I got to stream a game called Pacer, which I've been sponsored to play. Just kind of like a more casual hovercraft racer. The Dark Souls have banished. None of them, because they're all easy. Although I don't want to just talk shit about a game I haven't played, so I don't know. But whenever I see a town builder that has that same grid-based building, I just fall asleep looking at it. I'd be interested in playing it for the co-op stuff. That would probably be fun. Games are more fun with friends, though. Depending on how interactive it is. What are you guys doing? They're storing items in stockpiles. What the fuck are you putting in stockpiles? Oh, they're bringing boulders up, but like, okay. Hovercraft racer, yeah. Well, more like Wipeout. More like Wipeout, which is a game that I got a little sponsorship to play. So I gotta do that for 90 minutes at some point. Yeah. There really wasn't much to it. Yeah, no, I mean, all of the games that are like Banished have more to them than Banished. Like Life is Feudal has more mechanics and interesting stuff than Banished. End Zone has some neat weather and disaster mechanics. That whatever the one that Paradox is publishing is also got some interesting disaster and meteorite and survival mechanics. I mean, they all offer something a little bit different, but the mechanically they're also similar. I mean, I didn't get Serb the first time, although it was actually kind of funny. My mother commented that I could very easily have scammed my way into Serb. I'm like, what do you mean? She's just like, oh yeah, no, just all you had to do was just like not take any money out of your PayPal and just say you weren't getting paid. I'm like, that's, huh. So I don't know. I wouldn't go for Serb even if I had the opportunity. I had a rent, what's the word? A rent subsidy that I got, but that was just because I lost about 1/3 of my income, which is true. One of those city survival games. Unfortunately, that game made me motion sick. Yeet. Frostpunk made me rather motion sick rather quickly. Hobo, how are we doing? That sounds hella fraudy. You think? I don't know. Lots of people have been hella fraudy about that, but yeah, I didn't want to even risk that shit. Not gonna happen. That's for sure. Imagine getting money from the government. I mean, technically I do, but it's money that I've paid because I have full health coverage. I mean, trust me, Banished is pretty looking. All those town builders are pretty looking. But like, eh. No! Let's, if we're gonna have discussions about politics, let's have discussions. Let's not meme it, because that just breeds stupidity, Zapdos. So please don't meme that shit. Not that much, but it helps. Hey, it's something. So yeah, if you have something like helpful or productive to say, feel free to say it. We can talk about it. If you're just gonna be like, memes, sound command, I will face palm, and if you do it again, I'll remove you from chat for 30 minutes. That's the opposite of what I want in my stream. I mean, you'd be shocked how many people are getting away with it in Canada with Serb. You'd be shocked. Actually, maybe not, but there's a fuckload of people who certainly did. There we go. Most of the dwarves are now going to demonstrations, organizing demonstrations, talking, and Warm Shadow is just practicing. Hopefully you snap out of it, Warm Shadow. Aegis is still doing well. Iron Man run of BattleTech career going okay so far. Lost a mech pretty much right away because you have mech's destruction on. I miss that game. I wish people liked watching that game. There's literally one streamer on Twitch that I know of named Baradul who does well on BattleTech. No one else does well on BattleTech. That game is so much fun, but just no one wants to watch it. And he's like a Mech Warrior online YouTuber, so he gets views just because it's Mech Warrior. I don't know, maybe if you gifted Cappy better emotes, then Cappy would use like emotes from this stream. Zapdos. I'm like this close to banning that emote Gimper because of how much I hate seeing it. And I've been this close to banning it for months. One of these days, I'm just going to turn around and you're not going to be able to use that emote. I don't want to see it anymore. Holy Spokes is stumbling around obliviously. How much of a pity. That being said, the Gull emote is pretty good as like a Forgotten Beast emote, so I'll probably leave it around. Although, so does that one. UBC, huh? Also, it's really funny that that person's channel is UBC because UBC is the University of British Columbia. That's actually really funny. Great horned owls are interrupting us and keeping us from being able to plant seeds. Ponder excision. Hobo, dwarves are pondering excision. How do they feel about pondering excision? Satisfied at work. Felt doubt when pondering excision. Kidding. No books have been written in a long time. Universities had a streaming account. You know, in 2020, it wouldn't surprise me. Oh, really? Oh, that sucks. Why did he quit? Just life shit? I do like that Garfield emote, though. That Garfield emote's pretty good. You know, I'd be willing to bet money that there's a university or college somewhere that has a Twitch account. If political parties can have Twitch accounts, then why not universities? I mean, Trump, just remember, Trump got banned from Twitch for hate speech. I think it was just a 24 or like a 72-hour ban or something. It wasn't a very long ban. It was like less than a week. Twitch community is too toxic and he doesn't need to be part of it anymore. When was this? That sucks. I mean, there to an extent, I don't necessarily disagree, but that's why you have to like harbor good communities and build good customs. Why do I keep like inadvertently quoting Caves of Cud lines? I need to stop this. Like less than a month ago? Shit. Interesting. Was this person getting harassed or something? I feel like there's a bigger story there. I won't pry too much. I'm just gonna assume you don't know. I feel like there's got to be a bigger story there. Something has to happen. That's fucked. Or rather, that sucks. Also, I've gained 3 followers today and lost 12. Don't you just love that? Less than a month ago. God damn. It's always more of an ironic streamer. That sucks. I mean, if it's a race, I'm certainly winning the losing side right now. We're just giving our dwarves a break. Probably until spring. Spring rolls around, I'll start giving them tasks again. Has an esports teams? You think they strummed on an official college account? I know there's a few unis that have like esports teams, but I don't know if I necessarily count that as the university having an account. But I mean, if it's named after like, I don't know, their university, then yeah, I guess that would kind of be that. Liked his stream titles. Liked his stream titles. I don't know. When it comes to the Twitch community being too toxic, I have my team, and I'm very thankful that I have my team. And I just kind of largely I try not to associate with the rest of Twitch anymore. There's too many groups that associate with too many people that I dislike at this point. Like, there's a few specific channels that I've watched for years that I like, but there's just too many people on this site now that I dislike. Or rather, I dislike their practices and things that they deem to be acceptable and language that they choose to use and the kind of communities they choose to foster. It's just very much a, not even a, oh, I shouldn't really associate with this. It's more of just a, I don't feel comfortable associating with it. Yeah, kind of. Like, I was watching a stream last night, which is a channel that I used to watch kind of a lot. And, I was playing games with another bloke on the channel that just was making all these really ironic jokes. That just weren't funny. And it's like, well, you can call me a baby and say that I can't take a joke, but at the same time, it's very much a, not even a I can't take the joke, but a, some things are best not said, you know? Some jokes just shouldn't be made and aren't funny in any context, and those jokes certainly weren't funny. Kind of in the I don't really like Seth's sense of humor kind of way, you know? Also, looks like those dwarves are stuck. That sucks. They're already packed up, but they're stuck. Let's just remove this, let them leave. There they go. See you guys. We make it out of steel, I guess. Yeah, unfortunately, I've never really been much of a streamer to have funny stream titles. My stream titles are like the most utilitarian thing ever. It's like what I'm doing, the day number I've been doing that thing for, some social media commands, and then the number of times I've streamed. I've never been much of a funny stream titles guy. When you hit their hill, right? Yeah, kind of. You know, it's funny because titles like that are going to automatically give you a, well, not automatically, but attract a more toxic style of audience just by having titles like that, Gimper. So, starting to understand. Hobo ended his mandate. His mandate was export of leather armor was banned, so I have to keep an eye out for a new mandate. Also, we're only one dwarf away from having 50, which means we can get Mega Beasts again. Unless Warm Shadow goes and dies. But I don't think Warm Shadow will, because Warm Shadow made an artifact, right? I think so. Yeah, and if you have a haha memer crowd, they're gonna be mean to you. You know, it's the reason that I don't like having Pepe emotes in my chat. It's not because I have anything particularly against Pepe. I just don't want those kinds of memes in my chat. Same reason I don't allow Keck W in my chat. It's the same reason I don't have a lot of the animated emotes that people like in my chat, is because it kind of attracts that kind of crappy meme mentality, which often is just like puts the streamer up on a pedestal to throw tomatoes at. And I don't like that style of casting. I don't like that style of community, and I don't like that style of interaction. It works for some people. It makes some people a fuckload of money, and it attracts a younger audience as well, often an edgier audience. And I mean, those are fine, Cooler. Those Christmas emotes are fine. Actually, at this point, those Christmas emotes mean that you are more dedicated to Twitch, the fact that you have them. You want to know why? I can give you a pretty simple answer. If you've been around long enough to have those Christmas emotes that Cooler just put in the chat there, it means three things. It means, one, your Twitch account hasn't been globally banned, so you haven't had to make a new one. Okay? Because you still have them. Two, it means that you were on Twitch consistently for an extended period of time to get them. And three, you remember that you have them, so you're using them a lot. To me means that, like, because you have those emotes, you were around to get them, you're still around with them. I take that as a positive. OG exclusive, right? That was the only perma one you kept from Halloween way back when. Good old exclusive emote. Also, Hobo, have you seen your... Did I tell you that we added a door? Which means the, Paywall 7, which is the skull wall, is now $1,000. He was at less than 200 followers. You liked him for the person before he streamed? Wait, what do you mean, Gimper? Did you know this person before he started streaming? I mean, actually, how high do those go? Now I'm just curious. How expensive an emote could you theoretically make? Theoretically, you could have, like, you need to have somebody with the badge or one badge below it in order to have it. The highest bit badge in the channel is Hobo with the 200,000 bit badge, right? So only Hobo could, in theory, have that. There's only 2 people with the 100,000 bit badge, which is Hobo and Animal, which is the most expensive emote. But I could make a $3,000 one right now if I wanted to. But they go all the way up to the 5 million bits badge. 5 million pennies. So in theory, you could have a bit bad, an emote that costs 5 million bits. Hey Caleb, what's up? That's wild, man. Twitch will let you, if you have somebody with 4.5 million bits spent on your channel, make a 5 million bits badge. That's 2 cars! Maybe more. I have the Clippy emote. I think. Oh, Clappy. There you go. Or a spaceship, yeah. Yeah, it's definitely a spaceship in Star Citizen. I don't drive, so I don't know. Matt Gambit, I don't have a driver's license, and I've never had one. I think Hobo drives a Tesla. That's the only car that I know off the top of my head. Someone in chat was talking about the Chevy pickup he just bought earlier. I heard BattleTech earlier. You drive a Grand Caravan 2012? That's the most mom vehicle ever, and I'm proud of you. Could probably get like 25 decent used cars with that. I mean, I could probably buy about 20 drivable vehicles for that. Maybe not 25, maybe 15 to 20. If you like stretched it, you could do that. And annual tribute from Busty Just Smuck has arrived. And it must be really heavy because he just ain't moving. Oh, no, he ain't moving because I don't have a trade depot. Let's build another trade depot up here. And build it out of bronze. It's taking them too long to remove everything from over there. Donkey's been found dead. My donkey who lived outside the fortress, keeping an eye out for elves for the last 10 years, finally passed away. I do know of a specific user who had the 5 million bits badge in 10 channels. So there are people out there who have it. 5 million bits cheered on 10 channels. One of the channels, $5,000 in bits was a single cheer. I think that's the most money I've ever seen fly into a Twitch chat at one time. Ironically, that streamer still constantly complains about money problems. Hobo knows who I'm talking about. No names mentioned. Gets you more money? I mean, I wouldn't mind that. See, I'll be honest about my money. Right, the humans have dropped off the annual tribute. Group of alchemy. Iron puzzle box. Their tributes are getting better. They're still not great, but they're getting better. Do you really want that? All right. So if you want to add words to the Discord story, join my Discord, go to the Add a Word Stories room and type in words. But keep these sentences coherent. Another one bites the dust from Pog while wild blanks willingly push for salvation with comfy. It seems profitable to associate fruits with stones. How sleepy is the universe? Dwarven yoga mats made of leather and exotic wood straight out of Madagascar. Finest quality guaranteed. Buy now. Beer tastes good? Question mark. Vaseline needs use. Fish smell like butts on fire. Dead berries live inside air. There you go. I don't know. I believe in honesty when it comes to, I believe that as somebody who, lives off of the kindness of other people, I need to be very wise with my income because I don't know how long that kindness is going to last for, if that makes sense. No problem, Batome. It's pure poetry. It brings tears to my eyes every time. So for me, it's very much a, fuck it, I'm just going to dump all of it. I'm just going to get rid of all of this stuff. But I don't know how long this will last for. I don't know how long this as a job will last for. I don't know how long you guys will continue to fund me and keep me here. So I always just have to assume that, well, I got 3 months left. So I always live my life like I only have 3 months of income left. And it equals some anxiety problems, but it's also ended with me, being pretty smart with my money. And I intend to continue to be smart with my money. Admittedly, I'm not always a smartest with my money, but when you live on a budget, you gotta be smart with it, That's all. You know, like, I'm not talking shit or really judging people on their life choices, but I've always been a firm believer of living within your means, and it seems to have paid off at least this far in life, so we'll see if it continues to pay off for the rest of my life, but we'll see. This is the best way to make a food budget last. Oh, trust me, I haven't been to the grocery store in about 2 weeks, and I ate a lot of rice, a lot of chickpeas, a lot of soy sauce. I have lots of salmon in my freezer, which I pull out when I need some meat, protein. I have thin sliced beef in my freezer for when I need some red meat. I've always considered myself to be a relatively decent cook. I'm not a good cook, but I'm good enough. I can cook what I need to cook in order to survive and function. Doing some dwarven spring cleaning. We're gonna garbage mash a lot of stuff. Potentially some pretty valuable items too, but frankly I don't care. Got more than enough valuable items and we just need to get rid of this shit. Just going to garbage mash all of it. Everything that was sitting on the trading depot. Don't even care what it is. When you're hungry for 1,000 of something? I mean, it's kind of like pasta, right? If you want like a couple hundred of something, it's good. And if you want to just like take your time eating it, use chopsticks. And then you feel classy and it takes forever. Really makes you slow down and respect your food because, oh fuck, I dropped it. Oh, there will be tons of Masterworks destroyed. There's no MB4. Like, that's just a known fact. Masterworks are going to get destroyed. Straight up, many at Masterworks are going to get destroyed. I don't care. I doubt it. Because you need dwarves that are pretty far off the edge already. None of my dwarves that are really making a lot of Masterworks are far off the edge. They're all pretty happy. So they'll get a couple of sad thoughts and then they'll move on with their lives. You don't care, you anticipate. Okay. My knowledge versus your knowledge. I think we'll be okay. A lot of it's just stuff I bought, though. Mostly just the rock crafts that are going to get smashed. Oh my god. We're finally starting to clear it. I mean, this dwarf is already gone. To the mental ward? Nah, he's not tantruming. He's also made an artifact, so he can't actually go completely insane. He's just training by himself until his brain resets. And he's pretty close to resetting. Put on less intense music. I changed my mind. One crappy thing about the more chill days on stream is when I want to do long streams on that day, and it's like, oh, stream's quiet. But I want to do a long stream today. When it's dreary and rainy, I can't even go for a walk in the evening. It's identical to the old one. It has a circle background. Well, tell Cooler that, because he drew it, not me. There we go. Someone's coming to get it. It's the old one, but it has a circle around it now. Instead of clear background. Alright, who's coming to get the goddamn thing? Probably hot cup of tea. Here comes hot cup of tea, I think. Nope, not hot cup of tea. Nope, not you. Did they cancel? Yep, someone's coming to get it. I don't know. All right. Anybody want to come get that bronze bar? Anybody? You know what? Fuck it. I'm going to set it to be dumped. Somebody go get it. God, I wish you'd come get it. I need it moved. But you're not a dwarf in the fort. I keep seeing dwarves like heading in the right direction and then veering off at last minute. That one spot bugged or something? Because they seem very uninterested in coming to get it. Did I make brick emote my Twitch banner? I did, and then I removed it, but for some reason it's still there sometimes, which I think is hilarious. I was just curious what it would look like blown up. And then I deleted it. But it's still there, like, 1 in 5 times that you load it, which really confuses me. According to my dashboard, I have no banner. Which is really strange. So, yes, but also no. It's like mostly no, but a little yes. I mean, I'm being honest. Like, I don't have a goddamn Twitch banner, so it was the best that I had. I'm pretty sure that that one bar is just stuck there. Seems like it anyway. But he's gonna cancel again because that bar is still in the way. Yeah, see? Item blocking site. Now there's someone coming to pick it up, supposedly.
Ooh.
Welcome back for a 5th month, Lauren. Keeping that tier 3 dream alive. Here's friend. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for that massive
And let me see what you have. No!
tier 3 sub and one of the best sound commands on the channel? Hope you're doing well. Hope this fun November is treating you well. You know what? Let's just go down here and make a massive bar block stockpile. Maybe this will do it. Just get everything hauled and removed. That's not had a great start. Yeah, we're only 3 days in, ready for the month to be over. I don't want to pay rent again, though, so I can wait a little bit. I can wait until the 6th before the month needs to end. That being said, I know this might be sacrilege, but I'm willing to skip Christmas. I just want this month to end. I just want this year to end. I can't... I realize 2021 is going to be exactly the same as 2020, but, like... I'm ready for it to go the fuck away. But yeah, I know the feeling. Month's barely started and you're already just ready to go to sleep. Although I wonder if that's the month's fault or if I'm just getting old. I'm certainly not going to write off the fact that I may just be getting old. 633. Okay. Lead, stat use. And, like 200 charcoal to go with. But no, I feel that on a spiritual level, Lore. Really genuinely do. Alright, Cooler, let's see if people tantrum when I pull this lever. Cooler thinks they're going to tantrum when I pull this lever. Couple artifacts have been destroyed. Experiencing emotional shock. All right. Oh, it crushes everything in the bin, is what it does. No tantrums. Just one dwarf experienced some emotional shock. Let's just play Star Wars KOTOR Tour 2. Are you playing the complete edition or are you playing vanilla? With the unlocked ending and everything? God, it certainly does. I mean, normally I just give this stuff away, but base game with no mods. I would, I mean, yeah. That's actually a game I would recommend modding. KOTOR 2. You get a whole nother ending and a bunch of other shit, and it's not like it's new content, it's just content that's in the game in your install file and not active in the game itself. Oh, hey, my Bellinaire monthly subscription is up. I'm gonna go resub to Bell. Oh, unless he's not on. Nope, he's definitely on. I just spelled the name wrong. Oh, Twitch lied to me. I don't actually have a button to click. I'm gonna go resub to Bellinaire. But I can't. Not yet. Investments are open, heads up. November is already making you tired because we got new regulations for the school, which basically means we have to remake everything you've worked so hard on for the past 2 months. Oh, Jesus. Like, pandemic restrictions? Or regulations, rather? Or more general stuff? Fair. I mean, that's for the best, right? Like, it's exhausting, don't get me wrong, but it is for the best. I don't know. I'm in such a fucking fortunate position this year because, like, no matter how bad shit gets, like, kind of doesn't affect me. Oh, you're in Quebec. Gotcha. My little sister's in Quebec, and I feel so fucking bad for her because she needs to go get a job at some point. And she's a type 1 diabetic just like me, so she's also immunocompromised and extreme high risk, right? So she can't work in a public setting right now. So she's just as screwed as you can possibly be. No, it just means your situation went from bad to worse, which is the truth. Certainly did go from bad to worse. Went from the maximum alert. I mean, isn't going further than the maximum alert just shutting everything down again? For whatever it's worth, Quebec is still doing better than many states. Apparently, Winnipeg is, like, completely shut down. Like, just the city of Winnipeg is just kaput. Supposedly. Currently, it's mostly just survival and construction projects. I mean, I'm working on this, which is going to be a tower. I'm going to dig this down a few more Z levels, probably down to about Z level 25, and then build a tower going upwards, coming up and out of this, up to here. Maybe up and through the maze. I might gut a hole in it and come all the way back up, out and through the fort for funsies. That's something that I'm working on. Thinking about, like, renovating some of the buildings in the fortress, but right now it's mostly just spring cleaning and trying to, like, actually organize my items. Yeah. BC might do the same.
Whoa, dude, fuck yeah, dude. That's fucking sick. Hell yeah. Woo!
Yeah, well. Caravan has arrived to trade from the humans. It's gonna be interesting because they're gonna be trading outside. I wonder how this dwarf likes their job. Doesn't feel anything when seeing Akia's dead body. Good. You shouldn't. Satisfied upon improving ambush and didn't feel anything while in conflict. Seems like a pretty good military dwarf. And, that's interesting. I mean, it's not a Forgotten Beast maze, it's a Titan maze. And it's doing just fine. I need things to put in it, though. I might bump the population cap up to 55 so that we can get enough dwarves to get more mega creatures. They're not really a huge problem to fight. What's oops, Caleb? Just missed it. Oh, the investments? Yeah. Orange? Almost as good as Code Mandarin. Although, could we get Code Apple? They're better on my blood sugar. They have more fiber. It's all good, Caleb. Can't catch them all, right? Are those Trump tweets? Because I haven't seen the first one you typed in before, so I'd have to say Kavefe. Because I assume he's talking about coffee, and I like coffee. If those are both presidential spelling errors, then I don't fucking care. So my genuine response is I don't really give a shit. First one was a Biden quote. I didn't know. Don't really care. Can I respond with neither? Both of them hurt me. Also, as a Canadian, why are you, as a Canadian, asking a Canadian their opinion on American presidential tweets? The fuck, mate? I don't care what the other one is. Fucking hell, man. The only thing good about today, in my opinion, is the fact that trending on Twitter was, as a Canadian, just that quote. That's the most tweeted line from Canada today. As a Canadian. As a Canadian, because you enjoy being able to laugh? But I don't find that shit funny, I guess. There's humor to be found in politics. I never found that, like, the Cafefe one funny. There's certainly things I can laugh at when it comes to American politics. That's just an eye roll. I've never found it particularly funny. No, not sorry, but as a Canadian. No, it's just as a Canadian. There's no sorry, but. Send help? No, you did it to yourself in 2016. Not much I can do. I mean, the sorry is presumed. Ned Gambit, let's be honest. We assume there was a sorry written there. Than many Americans? My statement still stands, Nix. No offense intended, but my statement still stands. Is that it passes behind your butt. Your opinion is it passes behind your butt. Is that a German saying? I can't tell if that's amazing or the dumbest thing I've ever heard. It's somewhere in the middle, and I don't know how to feel about it. gonna buy those asparagus because we're out of asparagus. I sold them an artifact. I think I know which one. It can rust to my ass. It can rust to my ass. I mean, rust? How does an ass rust? You have like an iron donkey or something? I'm sure it sounds better in German. Strict translations of colloquialisms are always hilarious. I think that's the correct term. Crafter's going to be so mad. I mean, I mean, artifact owners don't give a shit if you sell their artifacts. They care if you destroy their artifacts. They really don't care about artifacts after they're made unless they're destroyed. Don't take it too literally. Okay. It's a pretty good saying though. A podcast that I listen to that talks about F1 always starts off their welcome line is always a local saying in the language from the country that for the next track that they're racing at. So if they're racing at if F1's racing at a track in Italy, it'll be an Italian saying. If they're racing at a track in Germany, there'll be German saying. And it's Drew, who's one of the hosts, who's blinking white guy, who you've seen in memes. If you go to Google and type in blinking white guy, it's his face that pops up, except he has a beard now. Does his best to pronounce it, and sometimes it's fucking hilarious. It's great when he tries to speak Russian. It's just like this Californian trying to speak Russian. I like Drew. Drew's good people. Brander Buddy, the Stonecrafter's shaking. I wonder why. Couldn't tell you. We're in year 94, midsummer. You just aren't committed enough, Cooler. You just aren't committed enough. If you really want to destroy an artifact, gotta drop it in some lava, some hot stuff. I think you can atom smash artifacts if they're not made of metal. I know not all materials can be atom smashed, though. You mean it gets put in the other dimension realm? Hits it so hard it gets punched into another dimension. Just gets displaced? I know that it gets destroyed if you drop them in lava, though. I've had floodgates to get destroyed in lava. Thinking, oh, you must be magma safe because you're an artifact. Nope. Also, if you drop them into the glowy red pits in a certain fun space, that also will do it. Do I have anything that would make good bins? Let's do zinc bins. Zinc bin. 20. Nickel. Oh. I'm gonna get rid of this stockpile because I think it might be bugging stuff out. I don't know. I love local sayings like that. Sayings that you're not meant to take too literally. Shouting in fear for us in the German version as splattered bodies just disappeared. Really? Oh, that's great. You shoot them into the spirit realm. The one that I can never get over is... Or a video game censoring I can never get over is Left 4 Dead 2. Because I remember seeing footage of Left 4 Dead 2 when it first came out and being shocked and impressed by the visceralness of the violence in Left 4 Dead 2, right? But the Australian version had no blood. And I remember stumbling upon it, and it, like, there being an article, it's just like, Left 4 Dead 2 has no blood in Australia, or whatever the article was. And I watched the video, and it's exactly the same as normal ass Left 4 Dead, except there's no blood. So, like, there's zombies just, like, flying to pieces and, like, ragdolling everywhere and piling up, but no blood. It is uncanny and weird. Because, you know, like, for its time, and even to this day, the violence in Left 4 Dead is still kind of weirdly real looking. Like, the way things, like, violently rip apart is super satisfying, right? There they go. It's super satisfying, right? And it's kind of funny seeing it just like, oh, well, okay. How you doing, Clino? How's things, man? I don't know. Uh-oh. That was a crash. That's not good. Okay, so this was before the traders showed up. Is it before I Atom Smashed all those items? No, it's after I Atom Smashed all the items. That's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to channel that. This clown? You should go yell at Google, because it's their speech recognition software that it's using, okay? Don't hate on me. I did nothing wrong, okay? Which means my voice is being used to train AIs. Cool. Voice to text is pretty cool. You want to know what's even better about it is it actually saves it to the video file. So like if I put a clip on Twitter, it has the speech to text in it, which I think is hilarious. Now you guys are just being mean. Don't bully text to speech. Text to speech is doing its best. Interesting. They immediately go haul it when it falls down a level. Yeah, I'm looking at you, Wolfenstein. When Wolfenstein... The new Colossus, the second new one that they made by Machine Games was coming out, a German friend of mine was really stoked for it because it was not going to have any censoring. Was it a zoning problem? What do you mean a zoning problem? I mean, sometimes items can just get bugged out where they're just stuck and the dwarves will try and pick it up but can't. I have a feeling that's probably what caused my crash, because the dwarves were trying to haul it but just kept canceling. Means it was probably just a bugged item. Can happen sometimes on stockpiles, or on trading depots, rather, not stockpiles. To people, even bad ones? So you'd rather slaughter unknown intelligent beings that you don't understand versus intelligent beings that you do understand? Seems a little bigoted. I mean, what? I mean, that's the whole point, right? Black hole? That's the whole point. I know I've had deaf people say thank you already. Like, all right, so instead of bringing all that stuff, a bunch of trousers and shit right here that all need to be sold. Also, I don't know why I'm inclined to ask you this, Clino, but you know when Victoria's last day is? I need to know who to bother for screenshots. I don't need a barrel of donkey blood. I mean, that's the reason I don't really like RPG shooters. Oh, interesting. I got 2 caravans this time. Otto and Pesser Ol. Both of the human groups sent me a... And I didn't like... I bet you that's what caused the crash. I'll bet you that's what caused it. The game was trying to send me 2 caravans, but instead only sent 1. That's probably was the cause of it. Starting November 9th? Okay. Means I still get to bother her this week. That's soon, Christ. Considering I don't think they've hired somebody new yet. Wonder where she's going next. I'm curious. Hobo the mayor has been re-elected. How good. Oh, good. Excellent. I mean, Microsoft owns them now, so unlikely. I don't even know who Fiora Bunny is, but Kid Fox is a pretty good little company. I mean, I figured that. I figured as much. She said so on her stream, so I figured as much. But I personally don't know that person. That's all I was trying to imply there. Sorry if that wasn't clear, Peter. It's nice having 2 humans telling me that my Dwarf ship is unparalleled. Also, these ones brought wood. What, other streamers existing is terrifying? Or the lack of a new community person is terrifying? Be honest, I thought about applying, but then I was like, I'm not cool enough for that shit. I'd just make a bunch of jokes and then move on with my day. I'd be better to be hired as a contract video person. Doesn't mean I'm good at that job. Besides, uh-oh. Birdie just flew away with, or something just stole something. That's interesting. Although I'm gonna do a hard save here real quick. I'm just gonna reload the game. I'm back into like 18 places. I have nowhere near enough of a lovey-dovey, happy persona to work at KitFox. They have a certain aesthetic, which is very much the woo, everything is fine kind of aesthetic, which I'm more of the I don't think it was thieves, but a masterwork was lost. By the way, Seth, I've wanted to speak to you because you made a perfect Sard artifact, which is cool. And you're our only gem cutter. I think you spend most of your time reading. We don't have many gems to cut. They don't like your passport and probably can't afford you. I think that's the hard part. Like, there's tons of people who work in the games industry who could take that job that probably don't have the ability to suddenly move to Canada right now. You know what I mean? Like, if this was last year, they could, like, import somebody from almost anywhere in the world, right? But because has to be able to legally work in Canada, that's a lot more difficult in 2020. Welcome back, Lump. I'll find the gems. Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, I could just tell him to cut rocks. You do that in real life too? Yeah, that's why I thought it was kind of cool. I almost need to make this area bigger for all of my statues. Cut him some bone cabochons. I mean, I could cut some Galanic cabochons, which would be much nicer. You looked at the election results? I haven't looked at the election results. Should I look at the election results? I've looked at Twitter trends and Google trends since starting the stream, but no spoilers. It's my favorite show. It's only on once every 4 years. Way too early to say anything. Yeah, that's what I figured. I mean, it's going to take them a really long time to count them, so. What time? Wait, hold on a second. What's BC's bedtime? Is that like 9 p.m. or like 11:30 p.m.? Like, whose bedtime are we talking about? Are we talking my bedtime? Are we talking Sui's bedtime? Or are we talking like normal people bedtime? Waiting to look at the hats and the mobs and moving and roaming in the roving streets. I just want my friends to stay safe, so I'd prefer that that doesn't happen, Clino. I got too many friends in the States, and I don't want people to get hurt. At least 12, Dave. Maybe 13. You've been going to bed around 4 to 7 a.m.? I go to bed at about 11 p.m. Although usually I'm in bed by 10 p.m. and I fall asleep around 11. Unless it's one of those days where I ain't fucking sleeping and I do a late night vibes cast, and then at that point I'll go to bed at around a lot later than that. 2 to 4. $9 p.m. Gotcha. I'm gonna look. I'm curious. How's the fortress doing? Pretty good. Had a crash a couple minutes ago, but it seems to have sorted itself out now. That's what. Oh boy. So far, so good. Not that I care that much. What's Jack Nurick 3's tomb look like? Which tomb did you get? I mean, that's a Ripterus who passed away. I think you're one of the ones along here, yeah? Actually, no, you're up on the corner. Yeah, there you are. You're this tomb. I've sent that. Okay, so this is me. I have 2 separate human towns sending me tribute from one faction, and another faction sending me tribute from one of their towns, and both of the factions are trading with me. You'd have to learn Aussie streamers and learn Russian. You'd be amazed by how many, like, there's like North American streamers streaming basically round the clock over here. Got 20. By the time all these statues were finished being placed, I got 23 more. I should make this into one giant temple. And then leave everybody here until somebody tantrums. And then just make a vampire fort. Oh no, you're hungry. I hope somebody brings you food. Oh, someone just brought you a drink. Crazy, insane dwarf who's just been... How old are you now, Jelly? 143 years old. Born on... as one of the first of her kind. Satisfied after receiving food and water, overthrown by the stresses of day-to-day living, guilty after being confined. This dwarf didn't even commit a fucking crime. That dwarf literally was just put in prison due to hurting a noble. And is still in prison. It's been like 90 years. Almost. The dwarf was overthrown by the stresses of day-to-day living lump while in prison, so rather than letting her out, they just keep feeding her. So she just lives in there. We need a revolution. If we let that dwarf out, they'll die. So they've, like, lost their mind in prison, so we're keeping her on life support, basically. It's kind of horrible, isn't it? We literally, like, you know the trope of an RPG that starts you in a prison, and there's always that one guy in the prison cell who's just like, you'll never get out, but the guard's asleep, his key's on his wrist, and I'm insane, ha 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 ha. That person that you see in the beginning of every single RPG is that dwarf. It's pretty good, isn't it, Lump? Good evening, Barons. How many more statues do I have to place now? 10 more. A lot of statues. It's kind of funny. Dwarves don't really get a lot of positive, happy thoughts when they run through here. You'd think that they would. That he's just dejected after lack of decent meals. It's like there's the highest quality statues literally everywhere, and you just don't feel anything. You ungrateful little shits. Large portions of it, yeah. I mean, I could make some more of it a statue garden. There you go. Make this a statue garden. Let's make this a statue garden. We're murdering an emu with bolts. You get thoughts yet? God, this poor dwarf. I don't understand what's wrong with this dwarf. Wants to acquire something, dwelling upon somebody's death. It's like every little thing just gets to them. Very delicate soul, that dwarf. Very relatable, yeah? Dwarf Fortress, hashtag relatable. Hashtag yeah, same. Trying to figure out what I want to do for evening part of the stream tonight. Or if I want to do an evening stream tonight. Work your way up to 4,200 and risk it all. That's what you gotta do, man. Where's the fun in life if you don't risk it all? Should do a stream tonight? How late do you want me to stream to keep you sane? Or do you mean like turn my stream off now and turn the stream on at midnight? What exactly are you suggesting? What if that just becomes my schedule? I just turn my stream on at like midnight every night. Be a hell of a fucking schedule. Ironically, it would probably help my averages if I did. Like, statistically, it would probably help me quite a bit. And the reason I say that is because there's a lot of large channels that end around that time that auto-host me or raid me. It would probably actually help me statistically quite a bit if I became a night streamer. But at the same time, there's a lot of people that then miss my streams, so I think the occasional night stream is better. Uh, 13 minutes and 31 seconds until they are open again. Right, the bots should send you a DM if they're not open. With the amount of time until they're up, I think. So what do you guys think? Should I mine out this area or should I just spill them down into here? I think I should mine out more of this, personally. Also, you still haven't answered my question as to what you meant. Do you want a long stream or do you want me to do a late night stream? I don't know what you're asking of me. Because I'd almost be down to just do both. Problem is right now I really want to just do long streams. Like I have the energy. Just go for hours. Like I really want to just stream for 15 hours today, but like I don't know. I'm trying my best, Pablo. Hobo. Planter punches the mayor in the head. Hobo is fighting with Holy Spokes, who is tantruming. I wonder if Hobo's going to report a crime against himself. Okay, dwarves are reporting crimes. Let's follow Pink Fluffy. Hobo got punched in the head a couple times. Pink Fluffy is the captain of the guard. 3 counts of vandalism. Vandalism against Holy Spokes. And looks like he's getting a beating. Pink Fluffy's turning around and chasing him. Holy Spokes has had a rough couple months. Ever since Eripterus died, it's been hard for Holy Spokes to live. Ooh. And the punishment was death for beating Hobo, apparently. Holy Spokes only lived 1 stream. Was named today, too. And I got a round of F's in chat for the poor dwarf that died too young. But yeah, no, at the end of the day, like, I can't distract you from the nightmare that is your tragic life, Pablo Rasta. But what I can do is I can stream, and if you want to watch, you can watch. Maybe a bit too apt of a DF reference there, I don't know. Although I will say this, today feels weirdly Groundhog Day-ish. It's like I remember this day. It's like it happened a few years ago. You know? And see, Squug, this is why you were a malevolent dictator when you were in charge. It's because of that emote. Need more space for more statues. Digging this music? It's fucking great, isn't it? The End of the Breach soundtrack. I wish they'd put this one on vinyl. Wish. Captain of the Guard punched the planter in the head with his right hand, bruising the muscle. The force twists the neck, tearing apart the fat, bruising the muscle, tearing apart the upper spine's nervous tissue. The captain of the guard then punched the planter in the head with his left hand. The injured part collapsed into a lump of gore. An artery was opened by the attack, and Holy Spokes was found dead. The irony of that is Holy Spokes was sleeping. Yeah, into the breach. Holy Spokes was sleeping. And the captain of the guard just like came up over him and just punched his face in. Which is kind of dark. Holy Spokes wasn't a dwarf in the fort for very long, but was a good dwarf while he was here. Those are statues? Yes, those are all statues. They're all exactly the same statue, too. Every single one of these is a lead statue of a dwarf holding a spear. The dwarf is admiring the spear, and the artwork, and the dwarf is striking a triumphant pose. And the artwork is commissioned by the Eternal Adventure of Time. The Eternal Spear. It's the symbol of our dwarven government. Why? Because I have a shit ton of lead, and I don't know what else to do with it. So I'm just placing lead statues. Autumn has come. With autumn comes more dwarves, or more payments and tributes from our human friends. What's Code Red? You're making me worried when you say that. Was that just by default? When you make a statue, let's just say lead. Let's say we want to make 3 lead statues and we want them all to look the same. Select that. Hit D for details. Press enter. Then I can select what I want it to be. I can allow the artist to choose, which is the default. I can specify a new image. I can add an existing image related to civilization or other group, related to a site, or related to a historical figure. If I go to existing image, I can go to the group commission of the Eternal Spear, which is an image of a dwarf admiring a spear, holding a spear, striking a triumphant pose, commissioned by us. Press enter. I'll make 3 more of them. That's it. That's simple. It's just like designing your fortress name or anything else. So if you want to do that yourself, you just got to commission some images. And once you've commissioned an image once, the game saves it. They just have a mold for it? Oh, probably. I would imagine that they cast the mold when it's first commissioned, and then that's why they just have access to it, and they can just go get it again when they need it. Tribute is being unloaded. Report is available. The Group of Soaring, a bronze pick. 1 Concite. 1 Willow Chest, bronze high boots, and hornblade blocks. Also 1 from the Council of Men. This is the Realms of Stone. They bring much bigger tributes. This is the human faction that's got more money, that's for sure. Including bringing us clothing, prepared wolf heart, horse heart. 5 horses and 5 wolves and 5 dogs all died for us. For them to bring us this. Moses the Flesh Reaper. Hey, Disco, it's good to see you. How do you get people to send you tributes? You intimidate them. You go to this screen. You select the person you want to send you a tribute. You press R, you create a mission, and you select demand ongoing tribute instead of murder. And if you have a good intimidator as your captain, they will demand ongoing tribute and bring you ongoing tribute instead of you murdering them. If you don't, then they will go to war with you. Saved image makes me wish that you have a very impressive motive. It can... Yeah, that would be cool. If, like, a specific image becomes famous or known, and then you could get a notification. It's like, artwork originally commissioned by your government has become well known in the sector, and that increases the value because it has that image on it. That could be interesting. You know what I mean? It's like having a Picasso kind of deal. Gets a Vile Force visit. Sounds like your fort's doing well. Maybe out and the outpost liaison from the dwarves have arrived. And the dwarves, rather. Are you ready for the Vile visit? That's the important question, right? This fort's had 3 Vile visits, although none of them were much of a concern. The bigger concern was when a whole wagon got pushed off that upper layer by a buzzard, and it went crunch. Bits went everywhere, and dwarf bits went everywhere. We didn't trade with the mountain home for almost 10 years after that. They're back now, but it's gonna trade everything that's just sitting on the thing. Also, investments are open. For a second there, I was wondering why they disappeared, and then I realized I was just looking at the wrong trade depot. Once again, Dwarf, I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. We've updated your maps. What requests do you have of our merchants? All of the wood, please. We have some walls and some hatches. I think you can outlay the siege for 5 years for the first visit. Well, I mean, a long time. Let's discuss what we're willing to offer you for a crest worship. How many dwarves do you have, Battalion? Look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes still rise and fall together, dwarves. The trade hub of Longdeath live on for many years to come. So I just saw a banner ad on Twitch as I opened up the directory, the Dwarf Fortress directory to see who else was streaming. And it's a Yop ad, right? For like the fucking drinkable yogurt shit. Sure you're all familiar. Anyway, this Yop ad had like 2 Yop bottles go together and become a controller, and it's like, Yop fuels your game, is what it said. But I'm looking at that and going, that controller looks just like an Ouya controller. Like, it looks identical to a fucking Ouya. That is the most Ouya-ass looking controller I've seen since an Ouya controller. 132? That's a respectable number of dwarves. I don't know. I think it'll be fine. Trying to think what I'd want to play for the evening stream. I kind of want to play Ziggurat, but I don't know if any of you guys actually want to watch Ziggurat. I mean, you'll probably say you want to watch Ziggurat, but I don't know if you'll actually watch Ziggurat, you know? Today's been interestingly productive. We've dug down further than we have before. Sims 2? I don't even own The Sims 2. Also, fuck The Sims. I don't stream games by EA. Like, at all. Even though I'm, like, passively interested in Star Wars Squadrons, it's published by EA until they change their business models away from, like, loot box-centric garbage. I mean, if you want an overview... This is the fort, top to bottom. Please. From the top of the tower, all the way down. This layer right here is probably my favorite. Although this maze, realistically, is probably going to cover this whole layer at some point. And maybe up here, too. Longdeath. The fortress where you must suffer the long death. The president is reelected. If your president gets reelected, you have my condolences. I'm working on a lore video of the Cyclops and 2 Ettins that I made fight in that labyrinth. Cooler did some art for it. Here, I can show you guys a teaser if you guys want to see it. Check this out. That, and that. The 2 Ettins and the Cyclops. Yeah, I mean, you know, there's kind of a part of me that's tempted to like call it on the stream and then do a late night stream tonight. But I kind of don't want to like abandon you guys that are just hanging out, you know? Because I know that a lot of the people who are hanging out are probably just hiding from the election anyway, and I kind of want to continue providing that safe space. I don't know. Or at least that distraction space, not necessarily safe space, because we were talking about the election on and off. Place more coffins in these new tombs that we dug out. First thing I see when I open up Twitter is a friend of mine who tweeted, anyone else have an overwhelming anxiety of the future of this country? As a Canadian, I have overwhelming anxiety for the future of your country. Apparently, oh god, so I'm looking at hashtags on Twitter, right? Best Buy is trending. You want to know why chat, guess why Best Buy is trending. Just guess why Best Buy is trending. The vast majority of why Best Buy appears to be trending, from what I can tell scrolling down Twitter right now, is people are saying, hey, if you go looting later, you want to grab me a PlayStation? We'll all fucking die if that's the case. Stupid. So don't be afraid, because we're going to die anyway. And if that happens, we'll all die. So don't worry about it. Keep your chin up. Does Best Buy sell guns? What? I'll take two. Exactly, yeah. It's like, if you're going, could you just like, honey, could you, while you're in the Best Buy, could you grab me an iPhone and a PlayStation, maybe a new camera or two? God, I hope so. Lump. I hate Best Buy. Best Buy is a terrible environment to be in. More statues coming down. I don't know. I find that shit way too funny. Ara has grown to become a child. How old is that? 1 year old. Was disgusted retching dwelling on miasma? Wait, what? When were you retching on miasma? Did you bring a strawberry into your bedroom or something? I know Walmart sells guns in the States because I've seen it and it freaked me out when I saw it. I was like, what the fuck? Hold on a second, what? The fuck is that? Apparently right at the edge of the map there's this huge stack of items. Huh. Interesting. Large rank iron gauntlet must have been human. Same with, oh, that one's grown featherwood stuff. Bunch of elvish stuff. All right. Just dump all of it. Get rid of it. I don't want any of that. I don't even know if they can pick it up because it's so close to the edge of the map. Best Buy in Canada does not sell guns, but Best Buy in the States does. It's like an it's the place you go to buy a TV. It's like general electronics and appliances. I mean, curry is delicious. I don't know what curry's is. Roms. Walmart has boomsticks according to the movie. What movie? Huh. Interesting. Spitalier is originally from Germany, though. Yeah, I've never seen or heard of curries before, but fair enough. The dude with the chain. Oh, the Evil Dead. Hobo ended a mandate, which means someone's gonna get their shit kicked in, probably. Or and also, let's see how Warm Shadow's doing in prison. Overthrown with the stresses of day-to-day living. I wonder if we have another eternal prisoner. Probably tasers. You know, I'll bet you they sell novelty tasers. Although you could probably make a taser out of half the shit in Walmart. Oh, probably. Probably, Clino. I don't know. Although I'd be, if I were to go looting, not that I would, but if I were to go looting, I would probably go for not electronics. It would probably be things like high-end clothing. If you're gonna go steal shit, go for shit that, like, isn't considered a smart device that would connect to the internet, because all that shit's just gonna call home and give them your address, unless you can offload it quickly. Streamer banned for discussing committing crimes. Please don't commit crimes, you morons. I love you guys, but please don't get me in trouble. Dude, I believe you. In Dubai, like, here we just have a lot of, like, Japanese curry and Indian curry. Not so much Thai here. Only once? I thought that was an hourly ritual. Stupid. Now you want curry? I got a lot. There's a curry place up the street from me. I could have curry here in 20 minutes. Well, maybe a little more than that. Probably closer to 35 because it is kind of dinner rush. There's a pretty good Indian curry place up the street from me. I last ordered from them in March, I think. We can get rid of that trade depot now. We can go back to using the steel one. Slipple is experiencing emotional shock. Reliving the travesty of art defacement, which you've been reliving for ages. It's not because we crushed all those masterworks. Dwarfs had this problem for a while because I was auto-mining an area and they mined through an engraving. This dwarf's been scarred ever since. Kind of a sad story, truly. After you leave office? Wait, you're playing DF right now. Are you playing DF at work? Or you said, yeah. Are you playing DF at work? Because so respect, man. And you refuse to clean it? I mean, I cleaned worse than that at McDonald's. I cleaned up after a knife fight. Fun. There's a lot of blood on the ground. A lot of blood on the walls. Rather clean up poop any day. Oh, fair enough. I getcha. No, boss, this is defrag utility. This is defrag utility, I swear. Defo, not game. So we are, apparently, there's some trader stuff over at the corner that never made it off the map, so we're dumping it all. It's one of the few games that bypass security locks on the laptop. It's better than my old habit of drinking at work. Knife fight? I want to say it was around October. Probably 2013, because I think I was homeless at the time. That or it was like just before I ended up homeless. No, it would have been October, so I wouldn't have been homeless. So it was either 2013 or 2014. I might have just moved into this place. I can't actually remember the exact year. One of those. It was around that point. Somewhere in that window. But two guys got into a knife fight in the men's washroom. One of the guys pulled a splinter cell and grabbed the other guy by the head and smashed his head against the urinal spot where you pee at the bottom repeatedly. Broke several of his teeth. And then stabbed him repeatedly in the arm. And then another guy came in and stabbed the first guy. EMTs were called, and the police came. They spent none of them died. They were all okay. Badly cut, but they didn't die. One of them left on a stretcher, and then the other two, two were arrested, and one of them left on a stretcher. And after they were gone, they were like, well, we got to clean this blood up, I guess. So me and my coworker put on garbage bags and fucking cleaned it up. God, I never had that bad. Was that at the Walmart? And you refused to clean up poop? After cleaning up brain matter, you refuse to clean up poop? What? That's perplexing me. I would have refused to clean up brain matter. Poop? No fucking problem. Give me a shovel. I'll deal with that. Go straight in the dumpster. I know a guy who worked in crime scene cleanup, though, for a couple years. Made a fuckload of money working like 3 days a month. Kind of almost was tempted to go into it for a bit. You gotta have a real strong stomach for that work. A really strong stomach. That's like the cleaning up after shootings kind of deal. But I don't have that level of sanity. We're working at a hospital for the brain matter. Okay, why is someone getting shot with a shotgun at a hospital? I don't know. Maybe I have more questions than I need answers to. I think I'm fine not knowing. By the site manager. I definitely never got permission, but I certainly did it. Not proud of it, but I certainly did it. Whatever gets you through the workday at the end of the day. Some mental issues with a shotgun. Ugh. Yep. Can say that again. See, I much prefer I cleaned blood off the ceiling and lots of puke off of tables stories at McDonald's, because at least those are like funny gross. Or like the guy that threw an ice cream cone at the other guy and then the first guy punched him in the head, which is still to this day way too funny to me, even though it's kind of not funny in context, but it's like how to start a fist fight, throw an ice cream cone at a man. It's like something out of a cartoon. I mean, the milkshake machine just smells like rotten milk all the time. That's all. You just shouldn't eat soft serve ice cream because it's just gross. Like, there's no real dancing around it. It's just gross. No talk about gross milkshake machines. You love milkshakes? Just eat them within reason. That's all. Just don't eat them a lot. And if they tell you that the milkshake machine is broken, probably not broken. They just turned it off and don't know how to turn it back on. Because those things will automatically turn off if you don't fill them up enough. And generally they ignore filling them up. Because they start beeping at you, and then they go, why is it beeping? And they go, whatever, it's just beeping. And then it stops beeping eventually. They go, oh, hey, it stopped beeping. Well, the reason it's beeping is because it needs to be topped off. And then what happens is it turns off, so it turns the fridge off on the inside, and then the inside heats up. Well, what happens when you heat milk up? Curdles. And then it gets topped off by the next manager who realizes the machine's off, and they turn it on, and the machine keeps running. That's why ice cream machines are gross. Will it hurt you? Probably not. Does that happen all the fucking time? Oh, hell yeah. Generally, it's in such small amounts, you're probably okay. But just realize there's definitely content of curdled milk in there every time you have McDonald's ice cream or Dairy Queen or any fast food ice cream. They're all the same. Also, on a frequent basis, the first McDonald's location I worked in would get ice cream with Dairy Queen labels on it, Wendy's labels on it, various other labels on it. They're doing you a favor, in my opinion. What I would advise if you want soft serve ice cream, you can actually buy a soft serve ice cream machine for not that much. And soft serve, it's kind of like getting a soda stream in a way. It's like You make your own soft serve. So you take the milk, you put the sugar in it, because that's all it is. It's just milk, cream, and sugar. And you can make your own mix relatively easily. And yeah, I've seen them for hold on. Found one on Amazon. There was a company that was making them for a bit. Like, they're not that cheap. They're about $100. A few brands that'll make them. Anywhere from like $100 to $250. You can grind fruit into them. Here's a $50 hand-operated one, which is probably crap. Yeah, it's one of those things where you can find them on the internet if you go digging. I had a friend growing up who had one. It's snowing again because it's winter. It's winter. Hey, Padinsky, how we doing? You surviving over there? Staying safe, I hope. I feel like I should stop saying that. I don't know. I've been asking everybody if they've been staying safe today. America scares me today. You gotta finish up some work. Gotcha. You voted a couple weeks ago? Good on you. Are you streaming tonight, or are you just working late, Sona Badinsky? Used to do it yourself as a teen? Yeah, but like there's machines that'll make proper soft serve for you. Yeah, I don't know what happened over here in the corner, but there's just like a random pile of like old decayed items. A lot of rotten food in that pile too. One must have got stuck on the corner of the wall. Just keep in mind, those machines are a pain in the ass to clean, and that goes for the home ones too. Apparently we're out of ammo. Till tomorrow. We'll see you when we see you, man. You finish up your shift well, yeah? Sparkly feels fondness when making a friend. Well, you've actually come back a little bit from the depression. How's Warm Shadow doing? I think we actually have two permanent... I think it was ClinoDev who was asking if I could repeat this. I think we have two permanent prisoners. I think we have two permanent prisoners now. Your big happiness cave, gonna try to get dwarves moved in ASAP. Yeah, I had your stream up the other night. I was watching you construct that thing. Looked wild. I like the organic design. Also, why do I feel like the big happiness cave is somewhere where they're all gonna go to die? Yeah, we have a secondary perma-chained dwarf. Warm Shadow, he was supposed to be let out 2 seasons ago. He only got sent into prison for 28 days. Still in prison. Been 2 seasons. Overthrown by the day-to-day living and feels miserable over after being confined. Satisfied upon improving discipline. Satisfied upon receiving food. I think they're still training. No one's written any books in a while. Out of curiosity, chat, how many people here want a late night stream tonight? How many people here want a late night stream tonight? I kind of have 2 options. I can either keep streaming for another 2 hours, right about now, or we can call it for the night and I can turn my stream back on at like midnight. We can go for a few more hours later tonight. What would you guys prefer? You gotta go in a few minutes. You will abstain from voting in this poll. So then it's just Gimper saying he wants a night stream? Basically. Alright, well. Don't do it for you. Well, here's the thing. I'm watching my view count drop. Like, people are going to bed. It's that time of day where people tune out. And I got incredibly unlucky with auto hosts today. So I should probably end stream soon. Statistically, it's end time. So I should. So I can keep streaming, but it would be I would switch to a different game in the next 10 minutes or so. But because I'm literally just watching the view count drop, like I've gone from like 65 viewers down to about 50 in the last 30 minutes. It's not that I'm doing anything wrong. It's just, it's that time. Internet's in. It's been in since Monday. No? Monday last week? No, it's been in since Thursday Friday actually. On the 30th I got it. Yeah, so I've had it for a while. The stream should be more crisp. Although I do drop about 0.01% of my frames every day. It's not the most stable, but today's been pretty good. A bit somber. We lost the last of our 7 dwarves. Keep an eye out. I think that there is a relatively good chance that there will be a late night stream tonight. Most of the dwarves are just socializing. Spending time relaxing, and I'm going to let them do that probably for another 2 years. For those of you who are here for dwarves, there will be more dwarves tomorrow. Same channel, same time. I'm going to call it here though. Potential evening stream. We'll see. I will keep an eye on things over the next 4 or 5 hours. Probably take a nap. And we'll pick her back up. All right, guys? But seriously, thank you very much to everybody who hung out today. Thanks to everybody who spent time with the stream. To Animal for cheering up very small numbers of bits for a few hours. Or did you just get here, Audio? Hi, Audio. Good night, Audio. Odds are pretty good there will be a stream around 11:30 to midnight Pacific. So keep an eye. We'll go for like 2 or 3 hours. Probably looking at doing some ziggurat tonight. So wizard things later tonight.